everyone. Welcome to our retreat. This is our mid-year retreat where we are given an opportunity to get updated on a lot of city issues as well as financial updates as we finish up this calendar year and look forward to our fiscal year ahead. So as we call this meeting to order, to start us off, I'd like to introduce Ms. Lily Beth Perez so that she can let folks know that she's available if they need assistance with translation services. Commissioners, everyone was given a meeting agenda. We have a full agenda before us today. We do have a break in the morning as well as a break for lunch. And then at the end of our time together, we'll open it up for any public comment before we adjourn. So with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Lily Beth Perez to introduce herself, and then I'll turn it over to our city manager.
Thank you, Mayor Bliss. Can you hear me?
We can. Thanks, Lily.
So, los espectadores pueden escuchar esta reunión en español a través del enlace proporcionado en la descripción del evento. El Centro Hispano de Western Michigan estará proveyendo los servicios de interpretación si los necesita. For viewers to listen to the meeting in Spanish via the link provided in the event description, interpretation is being provided by the Hispanic Center of Western Michigan if the service is needed. At the end of the meeting, we will open for public comment like Mayor Bliss mentioned and receive feedback. You can call 311 or 456-3000. Once you call here in the intro message, press 1 and you will be placed in the queue, and we will have a Spanish interpreter available for public comment. Al final de la reunión, abriremos la línea de comentarios para recibir comentarios de la comunidad. Cuando la línea esté abierta, puede comentar llamando al 311 o al 456-3000. Una vez que llame y aquí el mensaje de introducción, presione 1 y será colocado en la línea de espera. Tendrá un intérprete disponible en español para los comentarios públicos. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Perez. Appreciate that. All right, commissioners, now I'm going to turn it over to our city manager. I know he and his team have worked really hard to pull everything together for today's planning session. And so, city manager, you can take it away.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, everyone. It is good to be here this morning. Appreciate commissioners making time. I know that you all have very busy schedules, and we already had a long day on Tuesday, so I really appreciate you being able to prioritize this for our planning and workshop today. I'll make a few comments and then go into the slides, but I just want to acknowledge how challenging of a time that this has been for everyone, both our community as well as staff and you as elected leaders. And we really do appreciate the leadership that you offer our organization as well as our community day to day, and you probably don't hear that enough from community, and certainly even not from the staff, but we want to let you know how much we really do value the kind of sacrifices that you all make. You don't get paid a lot. You are the lowest paid employee, not employees, you're lowest paid among all the city personnel on the payroll. So thank you for the work that you do for us. But what has happened across our country has really caused a shift in how we think and how we behave, and we have felt that shift here in Grand Rapids. And even among all of this turmoil, people do look to government. They do look to particularly local government to have vision, to have a path forth, a plan. And so today we're here to make sure we don't disappoint those people that are looking to us, to make sure not only how do we manage the moment, but what do we do for the next 6 months, and what are we going to do over the next year to 5 years? What's the vision for our community? And ultimately, as we look at our master plan, how does this community look in the next 20 years? And so it's hard to see the future when things are so volatile, so unpredictable. And, I was feeling so good about our winter possibilities and continuing the momentum that we had from the summer. And then we got the announcement earlier this week. It's like a seesaw. Is going to help mitigate COVID, but it's going to cause, I think, more economic contraction for us, at least for the short term, which puts more fiscal pressure on the organization to maintain essential services. And you're going to hear the report card today on the financials. It's not an A in terms of having surplus revenue, but in this environment, a C is good. Passing is good, and we're doing well so far. Now, let me clarify. For the rating agencies, it's AAA. I just want to make sure there's nothing wrong with the way that we're managing our financials. But in terms of certainly the economy, the local economy, we certainly would like to see things different. And so we're going to talk about that a little bit. How do we manage towards fiscal sustainability and using our strategic plan as the guide rails? And I hope you appreciate is our planning efforts are not just plans, we actually do them. And so when we reported back in September, the public got a report card of things that we actually get done. And so we are and have been in GSD mode, getting stuff done. And so I hope you'll appreciate that. Once we do plan stuff, we take seriously your policy direction and try to get things done. Most often when I start my staff meetings or management team meetings, it's not uncommon for me to focus on the value of our 6 core values. They're all good. Today, I want to center on the value of collaboration, because with so much uncertainty, the cities that get it right are the ones that collaborate, the ones that have collaborations with community, neighborhoods, businesses, public-private collaborations with other governments. As we are really learning, we're going to have to make that work in our relationships with the county, state, and even federal government through this, and collaboration among staff and the elected. And I always encourage staff to be collaborative among each other. We don't do things in silos. We are really, we are really inclusive in terms of working across departmental boundaries. And so it will require us to be collaborative, even with you, even more. And so I look forward to this day. And I'll have more to say later on this afternoon. But I do want to express my appreciation to our amazing staff who have been in really full throttle since March, starting with the pandemic and then continuing to work very long hours as we began to experience some of the civil unrest, social unrest due to some of the concerns around the racial injustice. And even now, so we have the pandemic, we still have those concerns, and now we have a very, very sensitive election period, and the staff is continuing to manage all of this, combined with the economic recession. So I want to thank them for the work that they continue to demonstrate. We have an outstanding group of employees, and I'm so proud to be the manager in this organization. Can we pull the slides back up, please? And I'd like to go back to the agenda that the mayor alluded to earlier and just give you some benchmarks. The break, hopefully around 10:45, we can take a 15-minute break or so, and then press through until about lunchtime, 12:15. And if we're ahead of time, we can have a longer lunch, but if we're right on schedule, it may be about 30 minutes, unless, of course, you all feel like you need more time, and we can certainly be flexible. If we're able to do that, we'll come back about 12:45 in the afternoon and just press our way till about the public comment period. Hopefully we can get to that between 1:30 and 2 for those members of the public that are listening, between 1:30 and 2. But we'll know more by lunch, and if we're ahead of schedule, we can certainly modify and let the public know when the comment period might occur, and then hopefully we can be out of here by 2 or 2:30 the latest. So that's the schedule so far. Are there any questions or comments about the agenda for the day? All right, next slide, please. Again, appreciation to all of the contributors. These are the people who have contributed, and so often, and we thank staff, and I wanted to make sure we named them on the front end, all the wonderful employees. Let's give them a virtual hand for the work that they've done. And certainly all of you who were very helpful in your individual communications with me making sure that we understood at least preliminaries what your individual thoughts were, and hopefully we can continue to build on that. I also want to thank those who are partnering with us today outside of our staff. And you'll hear from our speaker shortly, Ms. Elizabeth Keller, and Scott Patton from Plant Moran, who's worked with us previously, and certainly our partners from the Hispanic Center of West Michigan. Next slide, please. Now, I won't continue to focus on that, but I talked a little bit earlier about the value of collaboration, and I think that's just something that we, again, as we move throughout the day, need to think about as we solve these issues. Who else do we need to include in the resolution of some of these opportunities? Who else should be partnering with us? And I remember earlier on when I arrived here, we had a very intentional conversation that we can't lead everything. That there are some things we can lead, there's some things we can support, and there's really other things that we need to get out the way on, and just let our capable people who specialize in areas lead in those areas and be supportive of. Because if we have too many priorities, we will not be able to get things done and get them done well and timely. And so today we're really going to ask you to prioritize what do we need to focus on the next 6 months, as well as fiscal year 22. This is a kickoff for fiscal year 22. But next slide, please. But what do we really need to focus on in the next 6 months? And if there's any adjustments that need to be made. When we thought of this mid-year retreat earlier, I was thinking we may have to make some more budget reductions because of the economy. Everything was so uncertain. And so it seems like we're for FY20, we're right at where we were. Fiscal year 21 it's still unpredictable. We're about 2% under, you'll hear from Molly, where we were in fiscal year 20, but it's still volatile. We're in terms of particularly income tax. We're almost early indicators are it could I don't even want to speculate, but it's not looking well right now for fiscal year 21. So we'll continue to follow our management and budget schedule. We'll come back in February for a mid-year update again for fiscal year 22 plans. That'll help inform what we're going to present for the budget for 22. And you see the budget schedule and workshops, and hopefully all of those are on your calendars. But today, again, the focus is really over the next 6 months, what do we really have to get right? And what are some of the other things we need to be thinking about in the long term? Because we still have time to really focus on 22, but we really got to make sure that we're right on target for the rest of this fiscal year. Next slide, please. So with that, what I'd like to do is we're fortunate to have the expertise of, speaking of collaborations, with ICMA, the International City County Management Association. And today we have to give us a perspective of what's happening, not just in Grand Rapids, but how in many ways, how are we similar to what's happening in other cities? How might we be different? And what could we possibly learn from other communities? And so we're fortunate to have Elizabeth Keller, who's the Director of Public Policy and oversees disaster and recovery programs for ICMA, where she's also served as a Deputy Executive Director and Ethics Advisor. With advice and expertise they provide, there are over 12,000 members, leadership in the area of local government. And so I want to thank her for bringing her voice today. She's spoken several times across the country on policy issues, legislative issues, regulatory issues, and Supreme Court matters. And so with that, I'd like to now present Ms. Keller.
Thank you, Mark. And I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak with you all today. I'm just going to talk about some of the issues and trends that we're seeing, as well as some leading practices that I think you may find you're doing in Grand Rapids, and some others that you may want to think about. So with that, let me talk about what's going on at the federal government level. Next slide. So one of the things that you should be aware of, speaking of collaboration, is that ICMA knows that by itself, we cannot affect change, especially not in the DC environment. So we collaborate with the National League of Cities, the National Association of Counties, the U.S. Conference of Mayors, the government finance officers, along with the state government organizations, as long as we possibly can. So one of our big pushes has been to get direct funding, additional direct funding that would go to cities and counties to help plug the budget shortfalls. As you know, I think with the CARES Act, it was really helpful, but we weren't allowed to use any of that money for revenue losses. So that was a big problem for a number of cities. Another push that we've been making is on FEMA, because FEMA requires a cost share from cities in order for us to get benefit of that financial assistance. And so with these difficult financial times, we've been asking FEMA to cover 90% instead of just 75% of the cost of our emergencies and disasters, except for the COVID-19 related disaster declarations, where we're asking for 100% federal cost share. Anybody who's been following the CARES Act closely, as I suspect some of the city staff have in Grand Rapids, knows that we've been getting a lot of shifting guidance. So our organizations have been pushing the Department of Treasury to make sure that they get their act together and not make things more difficult for us, especially with retroactive changes. And then we don't just look backwards, we also look forward. And one of the areas that we lost in the 2017 tax law was the ability to refund our municipal bonds at favorable rates. So we're doing everything we can to leverage all the tools that we need. And I will just talk now a little bit about what is going on and not going on today. Will there be any stimulus? Not at all likely before November 3rd. If you've followed the sad saga, we just have not been able to see progress between the House leadership, Secretary of Treasury Mnuchin, and the Senate Republicans. Even within the Senate Republican caucus, there is an agreement at all about what they think makes sense, and they have not been supportive of any additional funding that would go to state and local governments. As we know, the priority in the Senate was to get the latest appointment onto the Supreme Court. So then you're asking, okay, well, we're going to have an election in a few days. Maybe they'll do something after the election. Well, you have to remember, after the election, they're what we call the lame duck Congress. And so at that point, they're going to be looking at the very basic things they need to do to get through until recess. And one of the most important issues is that they need to address the fact that government will have to be funded. They've only got a continuing resolution to fund government through December 11th. So once they come back from recess, and in the case of the Senate, that'll be November 9th, that'll be one of the first things they start working on, is a continuing resolution. And who knows what kind of a transition we're going to be facing. But in the meantime, in addition to uncertainty at the federal level, we know that at the state level, we have severe state budget shortfalls. And as they say, when the state gets a cold, we get pneumonia in local government. And unfortunately, what we're facing in fiscal year 21 is probably the steepest state budget shortfall that we've had in this century. So one reason that things have been relatively smooth in the current fiscal year is that, first of all, we got that CARES Act money, which was a big help. And secondly, states and cities and counties, in many cases, had reserves that they have been able to tap to minimize any downturn in service delivery. But I think we're in for a rough 2021, and for some people, 2022 22 may be even tougher. It just depends on your state and how they're doing. So what are some of the early challenges and the ongoing issues that we've been seeing across the country? Probably no different in Michigan than anywhere else. We did not have sufficient personal protective equipment. And we also, in some cases, didn't have enough staff with the technology expertise able to help us when we needed to move to remote work and also provide more virtual services. We've had to deal with conflicting public health messages from different sources. And of course, in Michigan, you have this very much going on, even between your governor and the state legislature. So when you're trying to do the best you can at the local level to keep people safe, it's really hard when you have these conflicting messages from both the state and the national government. So it's been hard in many places to staff even critical public safety services during the early days of the pandemic. And in some cases, you had to have a large number of your first responders in isolation. So that meant a use of overtime and other expenses. Availability of childcare. That was a real problem for first responders, because if your kids aren't safe, you can't very well walk away and leave toddlers unattended. And then we've also seen in parts of the country where they've had other emergencies, a real challenge with shelters. You have to have hotels available to shelter people who are positive. And we found, for instance, in the West Coast with some of these wildfires that reports are that the Red Cross just didn't know how to be helpful in making hotel arrangements with the large number of people who were displaced by the fire. Ongoing issues that we're facing today include food insecurity, the possibility of evictions of a large number of people, some revenue losses in traditional sources, in places where you're more reliant on sales tax. That has been more of an immediate impact, but it's probably going to hit every local government regardless of where you get your revenue. Communicating and enforcing state restrictions has been challenging, and equity has been a big issue because we've seen how this virus affects people of color in a more dramatic way than others, and also people with pre-existing conditions. So you can even see neighborhood by neighborhood sometimes where the impact is greater. I mentioned childcare for your first responders. Well, that's also an issue for your residents as well. And your residents have also been facing the challenge of virtual school, and sometimes they don't have the kind of broadband access that they really need. Social unrest, mental health challenges, and then when people do come back to work, how do we do that safely? So the first part of my presentation is focusing on the scary stuff. We're not going to spend all the time on that, but we are seeing the homicide rate going up in cities with a population of 250,000 greater, especially over this summer. It went up 53% between June and August compared with the same period in 2019. And we also found preliminary numbers from the FBI reporting that murders have been up 15% nationwide in the first half of 2020. And there's been an increase in gun purchases. Other concerns, of course, relate to our economy. And in general, one of the problems that small businesses have is they don't have business continuity plans. You know, a lot of times these are mom and pop operations. They haven't thought about how they're going to deal with a situation like this. And of those businesses that don't have a business continuity plan, we know from past experience that 43% of them won't reopen after a crisis, and then 75% will fail in 3 years. So that's just something to keep in mind, that, you know, you can help your small businesses going forward by helping them develop a business continuity plan and helping them understand what it is. I'm not going to dwell on this because we all watch the nightly news and we know that the cases are trending up. And I just, put a few statistics here from the most recent New York Times that I looked at for this presentation. We've got 20 states that have reached record levels. We've got 39 states that have a surge, and that includes Michigan. Just over the past week, there's been an average of 2,334 cases per day in Michigan, which is an increase of 83% from the average 2 weeks earlier. So if you're an epidemiologist, you know that means if you have more cases, you're going to have more hospitalizations, and you've had about a 42% increase in hospitalizations in Michigan. I think this is just to show you a little bit about Michigan itself. You don't need to look at the detail on this, but this shows the way that the curve is operating, so that you have a sense of how this is going forward. Next slide. Data is one of the areas that I think we're all aware is helpful to our elected leadership, to our residents, and to individuals about what's going on. This just shows one presentation early on from a community called Beach Cities, California. And I'm showing it just to show you how they highlight different factors that they think are important for the residents to know. Next slide. This is from the county where I live, Montgomery County. I don't have a city government. In my case, the county is it. That's my city and county. And they are using data to make their healthcare decisions because in the case of Montgomery County, they don't always feel that what the state is recommending is what is appropriate here. I live in the Washington, D.C. area, and they tend to be more concerned about spread. We're more populous in some parts of the state, so they're really focused on not just the state level, but exactly what's going on in the county and frankly in the region, Northern Virginia and DC. Next slide. So I heard Mark talking about how you're coping with the challenging budget situation across the country. Places that have experienced budget shortfalls have been doing everything that they can to maintain services and also to hold on to their staff as much as they can. So they've been doing some furloughs. They're keeping some positions vacant. And they're also sometimes reassigning their staff instead of hiring temporary workers or seasonal workers like they might have ordinarily have done. Just to give you an example, Charlotte, North Carolina is maintaining its current services, but it cut 26 vacant positions as part of an overall 1.2% cut in the budget. Salt Lake City froze police hiring, and Oklahoma City froze the vacant positions of 34 police officers and 21 firefighters, and that's in addition to 112 positions citywide that were cut. Another way that one city was getting to deal with this challenge, and it is always hard to hire public safety employees. So that's one thing that the city of San Jose, California was doing was to hire ahead before there was a vacancy. But they've suspended that program as a way to minimize their fiscal challenges. So as I said, the amount of reserves that you have and your reserve policies vary from place to place, but many jurisdictions have chosen to draw down, if you will, their rainy day funds as part of their overall response. Decatur, Georgia had a very healthy reserve, which was 39% in 2019, and they've reduced it to 22% in fiscal 21. Eugene, Oregon expects its reserve to be drawn down from 9% in 2020 to 2.6% in 2024. And then other cities are postponing a plan that they had previously had to add to their reserves because they have more immediate challenges. Another interesting, just before we move on to the next slide, another interesting way that one city has dealt with the retention of employees, which is also something you want to do, is hold on to your good employees and not let them fall too far behind. Aurora, Colorado granted raises, and at the same time, they combined that with a required furlough for 2021 that matches the raise. The reason they did that was they wanted to keep everybody on a salary progression track, but also address the short-term budget. Next slide. Because it's so challenging to get a sense of where we are, where we're going, what our revenue and expenditure picture is going to look like. One of the things that ICMA did, we put on a number of webinars to help our members think about some of these different challenges and how local governments might want to examine their situation. So Management Partners did one of our webinars, and you can access all of these free webinars that we did for COVID-19 on ICMA's website. They proposed that cities think about doing scenario planning, because how can we predict exactly how things are going to go? So you start out with your baseline revenues and expenditures, and then you make some assumptions about areas that may be growing and challenges you face due to revenue losses. And then you can use this approach to model the impact of different measures. Next slide. So this just shows for one California city how the current recession compares to the Great Recession that we went through in 2008 to 10, basically. And I think one of the things you can notice if you're just glancing at the visual here is you can see that in this case with the COVID-19, the immediate impact is more severe. In the Great Recession, we had a serious impact, but it sort of phased in over a longer period of time. So, and then again, this is just one scenario for how long the pandemic lasts and what the economic impact is. But again, it kind of helps to take a snapshot of where you are if you're trying to figure out where you're going to be going. Next slide. So now we get to the better part of the presentation is, okay, I've made you all really depressed, but now we're going to talk about some of the leading practices and the creativity and innovation that has been applied. And I want to just start by complimenting you all for taking the time to hold this goal setting workshop. I think it's especially important that you hold conversations like this in these challenging times. You have a council manager government, which I think just positions your city really well to allow your commission to focus on the high level policy, the organizational priorities, and the outcomes that you want to achieve, which really is so important to the future of your city. And then you can rely on the city manager and the staff to carry out your policy direction and get the work done. You bring different skill sets to the job. They have experience in training, and they can deliver the day-to-day services that you all have determined are the most important for your community. You all are in touch with the residents and bring that critical perspective to it, which at the end of the day, that's who we're all working for. Some of the leading practices that ICMA found after examining after-action reports earlier this month was really some clever and important changes in virtual work. We not only have our employees working virtually, but we're doing interviews virtually. We've had council member and board meetings like this, virtual, and providing support for virtual school, which has probably gone less well than some of the other virtual efforts that we've made. It was also important in many communities early on, especially, that the city manager be authorized to take timely action. So there was a city in Massachusetts that had required any action taken to be approved by the council. And in order to deal with this pandemic, they authorized the city manager to go ahead and make decisions without a formal vote. So the way that had to work was there had to be excellent communication between the manager and the council, so that they were all kind of hearing the situation and being able to give feedback in a timely way. We also saw a lot of rotating shifts going on to protect critical workers, and we had quite a wide variety of community communications, everything from podcasts to a lot of people set up the websites right away. There were phone lines set up for senior citizens that may not have access to the internet. So a whole range of community communications. I was very impressed with the creativity that some communities had when they didn't have enough personal protective equipment. They started making their own. So that was another innovation. And then I mentioned before the child care issue, and in some cases, because parks facilities and other facilities were closed, they even provided child care for essential workers in those locations. Next slide. And helping businesses and residents was a high priority. So cities actually use their own revenue sometimes to provide emergency housing assistance. They would provide assistance, staff assistance to individuals to help them get the special unemployment support they needed. Hotel vouchers for the homeless. They had library staff delivering cloth face masks to residents. Again, libraries were closed, so it was a good way for the staff to really make a contribution. They organized volunteers to help residents with chores, such as grocery shopping. And they also, and this was a real surprise to me when it first went on, but initially, because it was such an abrupt closure, many places also provided some small grants to small businesses to just tide them over for a short period of time. And they did a lot of outreach to businesses, so they understood what was going on. There have been programs through the CARES Act that provided rental assistance. And in some cases, that was complicated for the tenants to apply for. So instead of having the money go directly to the tenants, some cities allowed the landlords to apply for assistance for the tenants. We know we had terrible outbreaks in our long-term care facilities, and so some of the testing that was slow to get started got ramped up, and it was at first weekly. Next slide. So, yeah, communicate. We have to engage much more in a crisis than you might imagine. You think you're just doing, but if you just do and you don't communicate and engage, things are not going to go well. I was happy to hear one of your goals today was to try to focus on priorities and try to make sure everybody understands the challenges so that you're on the same page when you're trying to come up with whatever approach you think is best. You want to make sure that you're gathering input on possible solutions because, again, there may be a lot of creativity out there within your, the broad staff, within your various business and, nonprofits and also individual residents. Next slide. This may seem like an unusual area to focus on, but it's about trust, and it is really the working capital that we have in city government. And one of the ways that we build up trust is we listen. And I particularly like this quote by Mark Twain that wisdom is the reward you get for a lifetime of listening when you would rather have talked. And I know I'm talking a lot. Probably some of you are thinking, oh, when is she going to stop? But you have to show sensitivity to the needs of the community, the staff, and for each other, and understand and respect each other's roles. Probably nothing more important than that. I will say that I know your job as elected officials, speaking to you on the commission, is really not easy. You have to make decisions that are sometimes not popular, they may be controversial, and you're doing it in a fishbowl. Anything you say will be scrutinized by every interest group possible and in the media. And so it's a real challenge, whether you're an elected official or staff, not to take criticism personally, but you really have to try to develop a thick skin for criticism because it goes with the territory. In my many years of working with ICMA, I have found that professional city managers are among the most dedicated public servants you can find. They'll carry out the policy direction that you give them, even if they might personally disagree with it. And the one thing that they'll make sure that you know is they'll carry it out as long as it's legal, ethical, and it's within either their authority and or the city's authority. So those are the parameters that your professional staff operate in. And I bring this up because understanding each other's roles can help in these challenging times, and recognizing that each person, whether it's on the commission or on the staff, may bring a different perspective. You will have staff who have a very professional orientation to a problem. I see this a lot of times with things like traffic lights, where residents want a traffic light, and your city engineer will explain why a light at that location isn't good. But at the end of the day, you have to work through these different perspectives, and your city staff will carry out the decision. It's just important to appreciate where they're coming from, not that they're trying to thwart community interest. So I would just, again, urge you today to strive to get as much clarity as you possibly can about the priorities and the direction you want the city manager and the staff to take. And your reward will be that you're making a real difference in people's lives. This is a reference slide for you. And I put it here because I was struck by the efforts that you're taking to really collaborate and to also engage with your community on some of the tough challenges you face. And I'm not going to go through all of this, but just as a reminder, there's sometimes you simply have to inform. If it's a matter of public safety and, don't drive your vehicle in the standing water, that's inform. You're not going to consult them. You don't do it. Sometimes you may be at the other extreme where you can allow your residents to make a decision, to actually be in charge of a decision. So that's less usual, but we're somewhere in between usually in the public sector, consulting, involving, and collaborating. Next slide. So one of the areas that I talked about was virtual efforts, and Broomfield City and County, it's in Colorado, had a whole range of platforms that they use for communications. And they found initially when they were in this virtual world that it helped reach some different people, by having a way for people to engage on Zoom. Some people who could never actually physically get to a council meeting could come and bring up their questions and concerns. So it was a way to have some dialogue. They also used this time where they were challenged to figure out how they could operate virtually to change some business processes in their community development department. And they were able to implement some more virtual services, which will be ongoing. And because they found this was such a smart way to operate, they're continuing to evaluate some additional long-term changes that may be more efficient. Next slide. So Mankato, Minnesota, like you all, had an event center. And obviously, when you can't have big events, you have some staff who can't work in their normal capacity. So in the case of Mankato, Minnesota, their event center staff created a virtual series that promoted local artists, donation opportunities for the COVID Relief Fund, and it also gave that staff something meaningful to do during the lockdown. They created story times across the city for children and families. And they even had content and online programming for an online cooking show that featured celebrities and cooks. They worked with schools, the university, and the YMCA to provide capacity for additional learning assistance for virtual school. And I think I mentioned this earlier, but they did not hire seasonal or temporary employees to maintain parks. They were able to use some of their event center maintenance staff and just shifted their time over to maintain other city facilities. Chambersburg, Pennsylvania is an interesting place. They operate a big utility. So they have had a pandemic response plan for 10 years. It's a small town, but they had the wisdom to hire a full-time health and safety employee a few years ago. And they dedicated that employee to develop the expertise on all of the CDC and Pennsylvania health guidelines. And that person, you're busy in a small town. They also provided information, did inspections, and trained staff. They managed their individual employee cases of COVID-19 such that just 5 of their 300 employees tested positive, and all 5 suspected they had gotten infections off the job. So they were really on top of that challenge. So what are some of the leadership lessons and strategies that we might want to talk about? What have we learned? Well, first of all, you don't want to wait for a crisis to develop the relationships and partnerships you'll need. And just as Chambersburg, Pennsylvania had a pandemic plan, so too did Decatur, Georgia. They had developed one when the H1N1 virus was a concern. And if you have a plan, anybody who has a plan knows that everything changes, but at least when you have something to build on, it helps. In the case of Chambersburg, they had a plan to feed people and to work with the faith and nonprofit community to do that. So again, it just shows the value of a plan. Next slide. So other points about the plans, you need to make sure they're always updated and don't cut back on training. One of the things that happens when we're facing fiscal cutbacks is we tend to think, oh, we don't have time to do training. There's almost nothing that pays off better than training. It's like mitigation. When you're trying to make a long-term investment, every dollar you put into mitigation saves you, depending on the analysis, $4 to $8. So training has a lot of that same impact. And one of the things I think is interesting is, you train different people sometimes than you might think. I staffed a session for ICMA's virtual conference a couple of weeks ago, and Surprise, Arizona had trained their community developments. It was a human service and community vitality position. He was asked to join their incident management team because he had the connections with the community nonprofits, the faith community, senior programs, schools, and after-school programs. And because of those connections and relationships he had built, he was able to leverage them to create a program overnight to provide 12,000 meals to seniors. So again, you all are looking broadly at the resources in your community and among your staff, and that is commendable and will help you in the long run. Next slide. So recommended strategies, just based on some of these after-action reports that I've looked at, make sure you centralize decision-making so tough decisions can be made in an emergency and in a timely way, and your council manager government helps you in that regard. Initially, you may need to communicate daily or even more frequently with residents. And that means also making sure that elected officials and staff are very engaged at the outset. And then you can ratchet back to weekly or whatever time scale you may think is needed. Providing free testing, especially in neighborhoods that have widespread outbreaks, is really helpful, especially now that tests are more widely available. A lot of local governments are working closely with nonprofits and the faith community on the food assistance and mortgage assistance programs. There's a strategy that sounds a little bit like a buzzword, but maybe you're familiar with it, called collective impact. And Adams County, Colorado, has taken that approach to make sure that they're fully coordinated with all of the other organizations in the area, including other governments that are working on a problem, and it allows them to make sure they aren't duplicating efforts. I wrote a case study about Dayton, Ohio, and Montgomery County, Ohio, and all of the hospitals and nonprofits that joined together to tackle the opioid crisis. And they had dramatic results when they used this collective approach to come up with strategies. Mentioned the landlords, not forgetting them, because they're often able to support the tenants if they get some help themselves. I thought it was interesting that CARES Act money has been used in a few places to deal with the incremental cost increase for childcare. That's what Orange County, Virginia did. They administered grants directly to the providers that covered the differential between what the cost was before COVID and what the increased cost was after COVID. They'll continue to do that until their CARES Act funds are depleted. Other places are allowing work groups to propose a plan to cover service gaps, or even allowing employees to dip into a pool of leave for childcare. It's just a really big issue when so many places have childcare centers closed or schools in virtual work. And I think, again, mentioning the schools, where you've got areas where they need the support, making sure that you have hotspots or semi-public locations where they can access the internet. Next slide. My last piece of advice is to take care of yourself, take care of your team. This pandemic is not a sprint. It's a marathon. And I have somebody who looks like he's sprinting here as a visual, but look, he's got a baton. This guy's going to pass it off to the next person. It's a daunting time, but it can be energizing. And they always say a crisis is a terrible thing to waste. So let's hope that out of these difficult times, we can find a way to seize the day. So thank you. And with that, I'll be glad to answer any questions I can.
All right, thank you, Elizabeth, for that insight. Commissioners, any thoughts or questions for Elizabeth while we have her? Commissioner Lanier?
Yes, thank you so much, Elizabeth, for the presentation. I did have one question. It was on slide 22 regarding the raises and furloughs. I didn't quite understand. So I didn't even get a chance to jot down the community it was in because it moved so quickly. But if you don't mind going back to that one to talk further about what that community did with furloughing, or it sounded like they were projecting when they would furlough in the future as opposed to.
Right. So this was a plan, and I'm looking at my notes to make sure I get the right community. But this was a plan that was put in place for 2021. So they're looking forward. And they gave their employees a raise that would, obviously being incremental over the years, would be phased in. But they also were requiring those very same employees to take an unpaid day of leave periodically that would equal the value of the raise. And the concept was that once the pandemic is over, you didn't have the pay compression that you sometimes have, where you have a longer term excellent employee who is penalized in a way because they didn't get a raise and somebody new gets hired at the same salary. So it was intended to keep balance in the pay system.
Great. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Any other questions before we move on? Commissioner Sassi?
Thank you. presentation. My question is back on slide, I believe it's 29, on the spectrum of public participation. Could you share a little bit about how, if you have any, either it's not to be like a case study, but communities that have moved, I think, from the point of the involve and have done collaborate really well?
One community that immediately comes to mind is Adams County, city and county in Colorado. And that was the example I was using about the collective impact approach, where they're working with such a broad range of nonprofits and other cities and counties to make sure that they're leveraging their resources as best they can. Pardon the little action behind me, but my husband is trying to retrieve our dog.
The COVID rules.
Yeah.
And that's great. And I heard that part. And I think, we do have a Kent County collective impact organization, K-Connect, that I think many of us have been involved in. I'm probably looking more for some of the specific communication tools, because I feel sometimes we are communicating, and I love this slide because we are oftentimes communicating for information. And sometimes that information is very technical. Sometimes we're asking for feedback. Sometimes we, it's not always a volley and serve. Is it we want to receive an information? And so this slide has brought up a lot of questions for me about how do we implement that, especially in the time of COVID, where, I think in the past we'd give people 2 months, a month notice or 2 weeks notice. We're doing these town halls next week. Again, some of this is the timing of when we were receiving funds in, then to have a town hall to make a decision on something. These timelines are very compressed for individuals, not only for ourselves, but for our neighbors. And so I think that's what is of most interest to me. And how do we use our communication strategically to make sure we are committed to, the collaborate part? Because we have gotten feedback from neighbors, people who've been involved. Well, you didn't really listen to me. You didn't really do what I said. And I think that's the balance of, did we ever say that? Or when I look at the slide, is we will look to you for advice and innovation and incorporate as much of the decisions as possible. So those are the different contracts that I think we have an opportunity, especially, even more so now in COVID, to say, how do we move to that next point of collaborate and empower?
Yeah, I mean, there's an old saying that you have to repeat a message 7 times for it to be heard. So
7 times by 7 ways.
and that's right. Recognizing that people take information in differently. So I think just not expecting, if you put it out in writing, in your weekly newsletter, whatever, written format you might have, or on the website, that people have seen it. So it means you have to have multiple channels. Perhaps you have a podcast that is done. I know the city of San Antonio and Bexar County have been doing nightly shows on one of the television stations. They're focusing on COVID-19. But I thought that was interesting, just because I don't necessarily think about, using a local, let's say, cable access station or whatever. But for some people, that's how they get information. So I used to do, when I worked for the city of Sunnyvale many years ago, I used to do weekly live interviews about council meetings. And again, don't forget about radio, because especially in times of remote work, we're getting information from all kinds of sources. So, I think it sounds like you're doing a lot of the engagement with your community. And if I understood your question, it's almost more of a concern about making sure the community knows that you've heard them, even if, it's not necessarily possible to do everything that everyone would like to do. If I answered your question, or
I think it's a good precursor for what we're going to talk about, when we have our prioritization. So thank you.
Commissioner Jones? Did we lose him?
Sorry about that. Thank you, Ms. Keller, for your presence on this morning. I'm wondering if you were to take a look into your proverbial crystal ball, do you see perhaps a different response if the White House is occupied by Joe Biden next year? Do you see a different approach perhaps or a different mindset with regards to support or funding for cities compared to the current administration?
I think that you will see direct funding. You'll see direct funding coming to cities if there is a Democratic wave, if you will, because I think it would require the Senate to be more supportive. Right now, the Senate is not supportive of any direct aid to cities. So I think you need to see change both in the White House and in the Senate in order for direct funding to be supported. I think the other change that is likely, and you hear this in the campaign messages, is the Biden campaign has indicated they're very supportive of science and expertise. So I think there will be more of a, just as we talked about it at the local government level, I think at the national level, there'll be more of a data-driven approach to how we deal with the response. It's really hard to predict, how, take my crystal ball, how things are going to evolve. But in my opinion, we have to get the public health situation under control for the economy to come back in full. And, we see that going on in Europe. They're having to really do hard shutdowns again. And I hope we don't have to do that. But it's at some point, we might have to take a 2-week pause just to settle things down in order to get both the public health and the economy on track. So yeah, we'll just have to see how it all comes out. And my own hope is that 2021 will be a much better year than 2020 has been.
All right. Well, Beth, thank you again for being with us this morning, and we appreciate your perspective, both nationally as well as locally and individually. You've given you've given us a lot of information to think about as we continue to move forward today. So thank you so much.
Well, thank you, Mark, and it was a real pleasure to meet with you all. Good luck.
All right. Take care. Okay. Commissioners, how are we doing? Do you need a break before we get into the financials? Okay. All right. Now let's get into the real sobering reality of our fiscal condition. And I want to thank our CFO, Molly Claren, for really doing a good job of both preparing our previous budget, at least 3 times last year. And after doing that, amending it shortly after we adopted it. And here we are talking about the same numbers again. But I want to say something, and I didn't realize how historic Molly's appointment was. Molly, can you just get a little feedback before, and I'll turn it over to you. Just put yours on mute. Okay, I didn't realize how historic Molly's appointment was, and I've asked our HR director to confirm this. Many of you may have already recognized it, but Molly not only is very well qualified CFO, but she is our first female CFO that we've had in the organization. So she continues to do excellent work, and we really appreciate her leadership. So Molly, take it away.
Thank you, sir, and good morning, everyone. I also want to say you guys really earning my stripes as CFO this year. So, but again, this is a great municipality to work for, and a lot of it is because of the support you have given our financial integrity. We've done really well weathering this, COVID outbreak. So, financially for the state, it's just a pleasure to be able to dig in and work with you guys and get through this. So I'll start off by saying I've been asked a lot of questions by some of you lately about our budget cycle and the fiscal plan, and especially as we are drilling in and trying to figure out what's next, what do we have to know by when, so we can get the budget process in place. So I'll point out we do have the big fiscal plan we do every year, and there is a section in it called Budget Basics that does describe the schedule in more detail, because I know there's been some questions lately about just wanting to know what's ahead. I will start out by sharing my screen. Here. Oh, you guys, I think it flipped. We'll figure this out eventually. Hold on. Oh, shoot.
While Molly is
I'm sorry.
no, take your time. While she's pulling the presentation up, I'll go back to that. Oh, there it is. Okay, I'll hold my comments. Go right ahead, Molly.
Okay. And hopefully you're just seeing my PowerPoint and not the, not my notes page, but okay. First, we'll get into, I'm sorry, it's moving extremely slow, but we'll start out with the general fund preliminary results for 2020. Now, what you're seeing here is results from 2020, but I want to qualify it as we are still in the audit process. So this means that we are still doing final entries, inputs like that. So I'm going to qualify anything I say about fiscal year 20 is there is a possibility for further adjustments, but I will say for the most part, all the major ones have been completed. So this should be pretty close to the mark. You'll see in the first column our amended budget, where it currently stands, for fiscal year 20, and then the budget estimate. In actuality, we came in about $2.8 million of revenue over expenditures, and the variance from our estimate is quite favorable by about $1.4 million. Moving over to the general fund projections for the fiscal year 20 actual, you'll see, we ended the year about 37 million. Once you roll in the next column, you'll see our carry forwards and appropriation, and we arrive at our fiscal year 21 budget. We've revised it since, and that you'll see that slight drop in fund balance by 3.4 million. A lot of this is a result of our change in receivables that happened. So when we didn't expect to book as much when we were doing our estimate for how we thought we'd land. So that's why you see a bit of a difference there. Now going to the unassigned fund balance, you'll see for the general fund, we want to have a 15% of operating expenses. So that puts the target about $21.7 million. In our actual unaudited numbers, we fell at 37 million. So, we're at 25.6%, which is, 170% of over our targets. So we have good reserves there in the general fund. For the budget stabilization fund, we're sitting on, our target is a 10% of operating expenses. We've held strong at 4.3 million. Our target is actually 4.4. So we're pretty close to that 10% at 9.9%. And then, if we wanted to achieve, we're basically at the 10% now. If we ever wanted to achieve contributing more into that budget stabilization fund, To get to 11%, it would be an additional 1.3 million. To get up to the 12% mark, we could push over another 2.6. So it's really depends on how much we want to keep in that reserve. This is a great slide because it shows us that over time we've done a good job of building back those balances. You'll see, definitely with the general fund balance, that's the purple line that you see above at 25.6 million. That's that, or 25.6%. That's that 37 million. And then you'll see the 9.9 of the budget stabilization fund. This slide is one of my favorite things to talk to when I talk to rating agencies, because they actually, and I'll show you some information in a minute about this, but that we actually are looked at as a model of lessons learned from a previous recession to weather the next recession. So coming out of our previous recession, we put a lot of financial policies in place, like the unassigned fund balance, budget stabilization fund, as well as some others. And it served us well as far as being able to maintain or increase our bond ratings over the past 10 years, as well as, really be able to weather what's going on. So as we were going through the financial downturn this spring, we knew we had the advantage of being able to have a wait and see approach rather than to have go through catastrophic actions like furloughs or total program cuts or halts. So we were able to pause and look around and see what was ahead, because we know we could afford to dip into reserves a little bit. This is another view of that fund balance history over time. Again, you see that red bar building of that budget stabilization fund, as well as the purple bar being the general fund balance. And then the general fund taxes for fiscal year 2020, you'll see income tax, we came a little over $1.3 million above expectation, which was great to see. Property taxes holding stable, and as well as the administrative fees. Overall, you'll see we discussed this during budget. We estimated we would fall about -2% for the year. We actually achieved a -0.45%. However, I have to qualify that -0.45% because we do have some tactics we're using, particularly in the income tax area, to sustain those revenues. And you'll see this highlighted bar called compliance. Our city was behind on compliance, so we've been pulling state tapes to catch up, get those extra receivables in, and that's really been our cushion for our income tax. So had we not done compliance, you'll see this bottom line that says a -0.95%. And but with compliance, that's how we landed at the -0.45%. So in the fiscal year 19 actuals, this compliance work made up approximately 6.7 million. Last year was about 7.1 million. I will say this, we have to keep in mind, this is one-time revenue, meaning we can't depend on this as our long-term solution because we are catching up. So last year I had 3 years worth of catch-up years we were working off of the state tapes with. This year we have 2 years we'll be working off of state tapes with. So I expect the 7.1 million to decrease, but it's been a nice, I get credit with our income tax administrator for being right on this and suggesting we really need to go after this. And it was, great timing as far as being able to give us that extra push to get to the end of the fiscal year. So here are some general revenue variances for our charges for services. You'll see, you'll see some of the categories are more reflective of what happened with the shutdown during COVID, for example, code enforcement fees, but for the most part here, staying stable. Again, here's our intergovernmental versus other financing sources. And then going to license and permits, fines and forfeitures. We did, I know on some of our fees and fines, we did halt issuing some of them just during the pandemic as well. So, you know, for some of these categories, you're looking at a, you know, almost a quarter of lost revenue there. So, you know, the interest and rents category, interest is kind of a tricky category to explain. You know, we have to book the value of the investments at that point in time. So you'll see we actually, because of that variance in the value of the investment, that's where we were able to make some gains there. And then here's the expenditure variances. This is mainly just a quick look at, you know, the budget to actuals, the, you know, actual spending, and a lot of it reflects the reining in on, you know, what was going on in the last quarter of the year, and departments really making a point of reining in their budgets and doing what they can. One big thing was the Parks Department, for instance, didn't hire on some of their temp staffing. They would have. You'll see an uptick for clerks. You know, they had a lot more expenses related to running an election this summer. So I was talking about our bond rating before. This is a great quote we found here in Fiscal Services out of the Trade Journal for S&P. And I'll just, you know, I love that this is an example of them, you know, pulling us out as one of their examples of being a leader as far as weathering this pandemic. You know, Grand Rapids' proactive, forward-looking, and conservative financial management supports the city's sustained budgetary balance and its very strong reserve and liquidity position. So when I go talk to rating agencies, you know, they're looking at our financial policies and how we've been able to achieve the reserves we have. And while I just went through ratings for refunding we did 2 weeks ago, and we maintained our bond rating, you'll see a lot of cities and townships, you know, aren't in the position we are to be able to do that during an economic recession. So I just wanted to, you know, point this out for you as, you know, and to thank you for helping me get us in that position. So for fiscal year, switching over to fiscal year 21, what is our risk profile? So with income tax, I, you know, talked to you, we're for the most part stable coming in from fiscal year 21. However, we do have this anomaly happening where we have non-resident withholding for fiscal year 20. What is the full impact of that? We're not quite sure yet. We're still measuring as it's very early into the year. We're just finishing our first quarter, and I'm getting with our income tax administrator to examine receipts, but we are seeing that some employers are already not withholding that non-resident income tax. So that's something we're going to have to keep in mind and prepare for. And then what's going on with this economic downturn? If we go into a shutdown again, what's the impact? Or, you know, we have this seemingly slow build back right now. It's not, you know, we talked about the V, we've talked about a check mark. I'm, you know, being told it's going to be a very long check mark as far as building back up, coming back up to where we were. State shared revenue, the viability of that, and then the stock market's impact on the pension and OPEB funding. Stock market is disconnected right now with what's going on locally, so we're waiting for that to settle and correct itself. I think this fall is very exceptional because we have a highly political environment, and it's bleeding into all kinds of different areas of our work. But eventually, that's going to settle hopefully soon, and we'll be able to have more predictability. Business resiliency. We've been doing what we can with our COVID allocations for small businesses and local things, but we want to keep an eye on that. We aren't aware of any big company closures on the horizon at this point, but bankruptcy is a factor for some smaller businesses. Other organizations and funding sources, what's going on with our local nonprofits? We partner with a lot of them, and want to keep them viable and doing the good work. And as we, deal with what's going on with general trends, we're seeing people engage more in saving. It's a lower interest rate, environment. Remote work, I've talked about that with the effect on our non-resident income tax, but this could result in longer impacts on our revenue streams. I wanted to show you, getting into each of our major revenue streams, just how we performed. We'll start out with state shared revenue. We came back better than where we thought we would be in May. So we've improved since May by 2.4 million, which is great. Property taxes are stable. We're collected over 95% for fiscal year 20. So that was good. And then one thing that we are keeping a very close eye on is the gas and weight tax revenue, because even though we went through a shutdown and saw a slowing down of that revenue stream where we did rein in the budget, we're realizing now that our budget estimate for 21 at 20.7 million is actually, a lot more conservative than what we're seeing happening now. People are even in lockdown, they're still using their cars to get out to grocery stores and doing things. So our receipts are coming in, and we might have, opportunity there to amend the budget a little bit. But again, we'll see if the second wave has any influence over this revenue stream. So, and then the capital asset management strategy we have here at the city. We keep that capital reserve fund maintained at 4.25%. Is that enough for our asset base? We're always, concerned about that as well. Looking at our enterprises and utilities, mobile GR parking services, we're highly dependent on their event revenue. It's a big proponent of their overall budget. So until we get that event revenue back, Josh Narrowmore over there is, keeping a very close eye on how he can leverage his operation, keep it going. But the monthly intakes are stable, and daily parking in on-street is making a comeback as more people have gotten back downtown and working. So again, once we get that, find a way to get that event revenue to catch up, we'll do what we can. In the water system, you'll see on November 10th at our commission meeting, Janessa Carter, the acting utility financial officer, will be presenting on the water system and the sanitary sewer system and the rate expectation. I can, tip her hand a little bit and let you know that we do have decreasing build volume for both utilities, which is greatly impacting rate. Build volume is the engine of what our revenue expectation is going to be. So when you see declining usage, it's usually going to mean some sort of rate increase. So right now for the water system, and actually this is out of date from, the recalculation she actually did this week and some more inputs we got. So it's going to be lower than 3%. And then for sanitary sewer, this is going to be greater than 5%. We have the impact of the biodigester project, which is creating a lag on rates there. So for the fiscal year 21 year to date, in our recovery area, so we have a couple major buckets that I'll talk about more on the next slide, but these are kind of the major ones that we bulleted out just because of the questions that some of you have had about them. The CBTRS, the city, village, township, and revenue sharing payment. That's what CBTRS stands for. It's normally $927,000, and what the state did in August is instead of giving us that payment, they gave us a $1.4 million. They called the CRLGG program, which was meant to quote unquote replace the CBTRS payment for August. However, we can only use that for CARES qualified expenses. So this has caused us to have to, yes, we got some money in, but we have a defined use. Whereas before, this 927,000 would have been split between the capital reserve fund and the general fund. So seeing how we have a shortfall in some, like for capital reserve, I think it was approximately 400,000. We've had to reshuffle a little bit to be able to accommodate that revenue intake shortfall. The next budget, the Public Safety and Public Health Payroll Reimbursement Program, that was about $5 million. We had submitted for 10.3. They reimbursed about half of that. And then we've talked a lot about the county award of the CARES money. We had 6.4 million we were awarded. We've had talk recently of possibly an additional $500,000 coming in to address crime prevention. So that, that might go up to about 7 million overall then, if that money is in fact received. And then we had the $281,000 grant that came in specific for election related things. But to give you the whole board of what is going on with our relief funding, I've created this table that shows we've achieved about $20.3 million of awards for relief. Now I'm going to qualify that by saying it's an award. It's not necessarily money that is in our coffers right now. A lot of these different programs work off a reimbursement model. So we submit the expenses for reimbursement, and then they're either approved or denied. They're not always all approved. It just depends. So we have to make sure we really scrub that down before submission. The ESG CDBG grants, these are all being managed by the Economic Resiliency and Recovery Group. They've talked to you about that. I believe Connie's talking even more later on in the day on the efforts towards homelessness and what we're doing for our vulnerable populations. And then we've satisfied the Coronavirus Emergency Supplemental Funding Program. That was a $350,000 grant. We've received FEMA money in the amount of $145,000, and that was related specifically to PPE we've had to buy for this pandemic. That's been satisfied. And then I've already talked about the CVTRS or the CRLGG, that replacement money, that 1.4 million. We've spent about 1.2 of that, and then reflecting expenses incurred in August to satisfy the rest of that. And then Joel's working on our city clerk is working on the 280,000 of these election expenses in order for us to do a safe election. You'll see I put stars next to the explanations behind the CARES grant for the county. That's 6.4 million, about halfway up the page. And then you'll see that 5 million for the payroll reimbursement program. These are these grants I'm going to talk more about on the next page, but I started them for a specific reason. I was able to qualify fiscal year 20 expenses towards these programs. So those expenses were already incurred, the fiscal year's over. So what happened to that money? You'll see the 6.4 million, the 5 million, that's about 11.5 million. We've taken that, it falls to fund balance, and then we have our uses for what's going to happen with that money. So the first thing we did when we were waiting on this CARES money to come through for the county, I believe it was in August, we did a budget amendment that included a couple items. Among them were items on enhanced security and cleaning, the census work we were doing, and the HOT team. So we've already spent some of this money in a sense, because we decided to, we got to move ahead on some of these efforts, as a city. So luckily our this grant money came through. We're able to net it in fund balance, and then we're going to appropriate it up to, fund these commitments we've made. So we have the HOT team, Network 180, again, the cleaning, the census, and community development. We have anticipated Network 180 expenses there. And then in reserves, you know, I talked to you about the income tax shortfall for fiscal year 21. Should we keep some of this back in reserves, about $7.4 million, just to see what happens with income tax, and then apply it later? And we also have the ongoing COVID and recovery expenses that we still need to address. Now, I listed out a couple of questions down here for you to consider is, you know, what do we do with a possible COVID outbreak happening now, or if it gets worse into this winter? Do we need to consider holding on to these reserves for handling isolation centers? We have the idea of these winter social zones. How are we going to fund those? It's not currently in the CDBG or the ESG plans. Grow 1000 with great success. There's talk about wanting to expand that. Could we, you know, consider using fund balance to further bolster those programs to get even more people engaged next summer when we try to run it again? And then again, what if there's a second wave? So all things to consider. Going back to income taxes for fiscal year 21 now. This is just a little snapshot of the report we get from our income tax administrator. What's weekly coming in? So as of her last report, we were saying around 9.12%, but I'm going to qualify this and say this week to week is very variable. Some employers only report on the quarter. So after October, we plan on really scrubbing through to see what's going on, to see if is this 9% a reality, or do we could we adjust this, you know, down a little bit or back more towards zero? Again, that's one of the reasons the city manager and I thought it might be a good idea for me to check in with you again later in December or into January as far as what is with this huge factor with income tax, what is going on, just so you're apprised of it. Withholding, you know, is down 6%. Again, you know, I talked about the compliance activities. Our assessments are up. We've automated our billing and streamlined a lot of our processing in the income tax area. We have the easy form and utilization of the state tapes. So here's the overall picture of where we stand. You know, it's evident some employers are no longer withholding. When you see the assessments total, you see that is up by 122%, mainly related to one case. So you know, don't depend on that percentage to necessarily hold as we keep moving. Let's talk about the economy. So the Central Budget Office is saying that it could take nearly 10 years for us to catch up after coronavirus. You don't just stop an economy and restart it. There's a lot of things we need to work through. You know, talking about unemployment, I have a little graph over here to the right, but, you know, if I was to graph 2019, you know, till now, it's all over the place, because I believe during the pandemic, we were up as high as 22%. Now we're starting to refund. I think locally we're around 7.5%. So it's very encouraging to see us, you know, you see this relief money being put to work. You see businesses starting to get re-engaged. So, you know, things are improving. I know when a financial person often comes on, it's doom and gloom, but I'm also saying we do see this slow build back happening. So it is encouraging. Construction value is down 50%. The building permitting is down 20%. Again, we're still finding safe ways to get back to work and get things moving again. So, you know, this is maybe a slight slowdown into August, but, you know, come spring, we'll be building up again, hopefully. Reactivation. So I thought this was a neat graph I saw, you know, come through this summer, and it's updated through August, but what's going on with our pedestrian foot traffic, you know, at the major areas downtown. You know, we have the economic recovery and resiliency team coming up with all these great ideas. I think pedestrian foot traffic, we use this in correlation to our social zones effective? Are we seeing more people start coming downtown? So we started counting people in May through August to see that increased foot traffic. And again, putting that COVID relief funding to work and other reactivation efforts. I mean, the county has 114 million they're putting to use with their CARES allocation. So we are definitely benefiting from that as well. Over time, this is the view of the state shared revenues. You know, it's predicted to go up slightly over fiscal year 20, but that's, you know, reflective of having that CARES replacement money happen in 20. So for now, we're hoping state share stays stable, but this is a bucket they always look at as how long will this revenue stream be sustainable? So I already talked a little bit about state share, but you know, again, the CBTRS is something we split between our general fund and our capital reserve. So it is a very important funding stream for us. And you know, when the economy experiences a slowdown, this is one of the areas they tend to back off on. So state share can be kind of volatile, and you know, over time you see that decline of what we end up actually taking in. Property taxes right now, you know, we're fairly stable, but usually the real estate market lags what's going on in the economy by, you know, 6 months to a year. So there is still a risk we'll see the prices start to decrease and things become less competitive. But as of my last meeting with my, you know, city assessor, you know, we're seeing things are still very much competitive in the residential and industrial areas. Residential and industrial area, definitely monitoring that industrial sector and the commercial sector. But, you know, right now, I don't have a cause of alarm. If anything, we're keeping things stable to be conservative. And then other impacts in this area would be the personal property reform, working that out with the small business tax exemption, as well as the manufacturing personal property exemption. So we'll definitely keep you posted where we're at with those. Moving on to healthcare, this slide just mainly lays out the new standards with Public Act 202, came into place in 2017. A lot of this was put in place because they saw a lot of municipalities being underfunded. So this mechanism is, if you're underfunded, you need to provide the state a plan to resolve. I do want to point out that in fiscal year 21 budget, among all three of our retiree healthcare plans, we're getting a lot of savings as a result from the transition to the new third-party healthcare plan administrator. So I believe when we talked about a budget, the analysis that was run through HR, we achieved about 13 million over time of savings by switching over to a new third party. That was really fortunate timing because we had no idea what was ahead for us. So this was another way where the city continuously going, rebidding contracts or looking at what we're doing in our current op to continually lean us up, really put us in a great position financially. It was a great thing to do either way, but you know, this was really fortunate timing to fall into the savings. Because it helped us weather the pandemic in some ways too. But you'll see the benefit of this third-party administrator as we go through the numbers. So with our OPEB, our retiree healthcare plan, you know, moving to the defined contribution, we have 68.1% of employees on a defined contribution or you know, the retiree health or savings accounts. So they're it's really reining in variability, making it more predictable as far as what our outflows are going to be. And then you'll see from 2019 to 20, we had in 2019, we were looking at a actuarial accrued liability of 66 million. Now we're down to 33. A lot of that is driven by this third party administrator because we're talking about the care of healthcare for all of our retirees over time. The net present value back is a huge savings on that outstanding liability. So again, it really made this picture a lot more healthy. Our current amortization periods for these plans, 18 years for general and police, and fire at 20. And we'll be getting the actuarial evaluations. They'll be received near the calendar year end. So you'll see in the bottom line there, the 2020 contributions, for each of the plans totaling 1.5 million. Our next slide, we're talking about the pensions. You'll see them holding strong around 80% each. With our general pension, one thing to note here is we had an assumed rate of 7.15%. We're not seeing the performance there, so we did vote to reduce that percentage down to our rate of investment down to about 7%. The fire and police are still holding at 7.15, but we're starting to see some underperformance there. So I would assume that might get moved down as well to 7%. We did have some excess funds of $1 million from our blended rate that was left over at the end of the year for fiscal year 20. So we were able to infuse $1 million into our general pension plan, which is always a good thing to do. And then I'll just note that, market volatility makes an impact on, the contribution. Whenever the actuarial period ends, what's going on with the market at the time definitely informs, our outcome as far as how we have to adjust for our contribution. So, it's, again, we'll keep you posted on, any major shifts with expectations there. So, for healthcare in general, besides that third-party administrator switchover we did, beginning in fiscal year 20, the Affordable Care Cadillac's tax was repealed last winter. We've had one thing that was notable going through this pandemic was there was a significant decrease in healthcare insurance claims between April and June of the fiscal year. And people just weren't going into the doctor as much or delaying non-essential medical visits. So that resulted in some savings. We wonder if there's going to be a little bit of it pickup for people that put off things, and now they're playing catch up with some of the things they need to address for themselves medically. So we're wondering if we'll see a increase in claims in 21. Tiered rates continue to be implemented for single, double, and family. And then again, smoothing the year's prior experience continues to help lower healthcare rates. Getting into that, in 2021, we're expecting a rate decrease for healthcare. We've been looking at the fund balance in this area, and we saw a $4 million gain due to the experience or the impacts from the pandemic. Now, because we have the surplus happened, we want to apply about 2.5 million in reductions into the rate calculation. So it'll result in our rates being a little bit lower. And, investments returns earned by the city treasurer's office has definitely helped as well. And then after calendar year 21, however, we're expecting rates to increase above inflation due to, the impacts of the medical and prescription industry. So again, you'll definitely see this reflected in fiscal year 22, but we are achieving some savings within our fiscal year 21. So, and then just this bottom bullet point here is just noting that we want a healthy cash balance in this area just to make sure we're able to pay on current claims. And the city is self-insured, so stop loss coverage and catastrophic claims. We want good balances for that. So going to the economic outlook and moving forward, the positives. I start out with talking about our reserves. We have great reserves. Bond ratings, we're remaining stable at AA2, AA for AA stable for S&P. I believe AA2 is related to the Moody's report. We're considered very strong credit in our class. I would like to see us get right now our stable outlook. I'm hoping we can achieve a positive outlook coming out of this pandemic going into the summer, because I think we're definitely capable. Most cities our size are at a AA3. So, the one thing that is a concern is when they look at us is what's the median income in the area. I could ask about that a lot. What's going on economically, and then the significant pension liability. Income tax compliance continues to, buttress our revenue. We keep our budget balanced spending plan going with our revenues always exceeding our expenditures. And we're just in for the one-time situations where we do have to make these draws from fund balance. We're seeing lower contribution rates in fiscal year 21 across our defined benefit retiree pension plans, and we're always continuing to fund at our actuarial determined employer contribution for these defined benefit plans. So again, honoring those obligations. And locally, we have a diversified economy that seems to, in a lot of cases, outperform the rest of the state. We do still have parts of our economy that are lagging or haven't reopened yet, but for the most part, again, seeing that slow build, and inflation is still remaining in check. Going back to our concerns that we're going to keep in mind is we don't know the full impact of this crisis. We are still we have a great vantage point of being able to wait and see, because we haven't had to dip into our reserves significantly yet. So again, we will check in with you, at the end of this calendar year, at the beginning of the next, to give you an update on our performance, and that'll definitely inform our capabilities for fiscal year 22. But for now, we're holding stable at with where we're at in fiscal year 21. What another concern, though, is that non-resident withholding. Over 60% of our income tax is related to non-resident withholding. So most cities are seeing a drop between 5 and 15 million. Worst case scenario, we're somewhere around 10 million. Again, we'll be able to fine tune this more as we get more receipts, especially through the first quarter of the year, which ends today. So those reports will be definitely sifted through November, so we can get a better understanding of what's going on. Uncertainty surrounding the upcoming election. We'll get through that and get to a more stable situation soon. And is our capital set aside? Is that sufficient to maintain our current asset classes? What's going on? Pension and OPEB. It's 34.9 million citywide. That's 20.5 million for the general fund. That's 15% of our general fund budget. So it's a big chunk of money going towards these plans, rightly so, but it's definitely something we have to continually to monitor. And again, forecasts show ongoing expenses exceeding ongoing revenues in the out years. So when we build 22, you'll see a lot of discussion around that. We're going to be strategic about using one-time revenues. We want to focus those on economic recovery right now, get people back to work and moving, get the businesses healthy, and then reserves. They're a short-term solution, but again, whenever we're building a fiscal plan, we want to look at the 5-year plan, what we're doing long-term. This is the quick snapshot of the Capital Reserve Fund for fiscal year 20 through 25. Again, this is funded with 4.25% of our income tax projection. I just mentioned before, is sufficient for our asset class. You can see we're right out to the seams on it in most years as our capability, while still maintaining that $1 million fund balance. We do have two debt issues that are retiring off in fiscal year 22. And in the fiscal plan, we did build in 2 bonds for one for the second phase of the street lighting portion, and then we did have the Division Street Fire Station proposed, which again, as we start building the fiscal year 22 plan, we'll look at if those bond issues are necessarily a go, or if we do need to delay in some of our capital expenditures just to get through the pandemic first. Ongoing revenue versus expenses. As we build the fiscal year 22 budget, we will be having targets for our departments to achieve when they build their budget. Trying to keep things held in as much as possible, just because we do have an uncertain future right now. And then we'll continue to push what compliance we have left with the income tax department. And Senate Bill 1127, universal withholding, still sorting through that. District court remains a concern. We've talked about that already within this fiscal year of what's going on. Is it a state equity issue, or do we need court reform? Still pushing that conversation at the state level. And then additional transformational savings. Is there more opportunities for other shared services? I know in the previous presenter was talking about, seeing what you could do with neighboring municipalities. We do have a great relationship with the county. Is there opportunity for shared services there? Budget reductions from process efficiencies. We have lean champions throughout our city that are very well equipped in analyzing what we do and trying to pick up savings where we can. So there'll definitely be a effort there to see what we can pick up for fiscal year 22. And then the health and wellness program expansion, expanding more opportunities to reduce the overall cost of healthcare. So in conclusion, I wish I could tell you more right now, but again, our economy has never been, none of us have ever been through a situation like this before. So, we're learning a little bit more day by day of what's going on, but please be patient. Me and the city manager definitely will keep you informed as we work through it, where we're at. Are we healthy? Do we need to adjust? Ongoing initiatives that we are getting into, we make sure they are accompanied by offsetting reductions in other areas. So if we need to push forward on a certain program because this is a priority of you, the commission, or of the city, we want to know, okay, in order to achieve that, what do we need to back off of, or what can be held off for now, and then we bring back into play later on. Preliminary fiscal year 22 will be a level budget, or what I refer to as a continuation budget, where we are adjusting as necessary, as I was saying before, based on our prioritization. But I qualify all this with, we still need to be prepared to make reductions as needed. Right now, I'm hoping if we are in a situation where we do see a hit from income tax, we're able to be strategic about it and work that into as we build fiscal year 22, rather than do anything mid-year. But again, I'll be back at the end of December, beginning of January, to update you on how we're performing. So with that, if there are any questions, I'm happy to answer.
And Mayor, before she takes any questions the commission might have, I want to reemphasize the concerns in the concluding remarks that what's going right now. Molly, you may have to mute your mic while others are. What's going on right now is very, very concerning. I don't see how we will be able to do anything in addition that's sustainable, that's not one time, without having any offsetting reductions. Moreover, even without doing anything new, based on the slowdown of what we're seeing with economic activity, we were already concerned about winter. Now having less people being able to gather, along with the concerns about withholdings, it is something that I don't think we will be able to manage anything new. We hear a lot about other practices of the other communities. We'll continue to look at that, but I think the CFO has indicated really indicators are on target. Ideal would just be a level or continuation budget. That would be a good fiscal year. I don't know if we're going to be able to maintain that.
Thanks, City Manager, for that. So a couple thoughts and comments. First, Molly, thank you for this presentation and update. I realize that we are only 3 months into our fiscal year, and so having this is very helpful. And I too am very concerned about the impact of this second wave of COVID cases that we're seeing, and just the reality that the future is really unpredictable. And I don't know if many of us thought we would be in this place back in March when it was first announced. I think some people thought we would get through it a whole lot quicker, but I think we're looking at a long road ahead still. I do share the concern about income tax reductions. I had a meeting last week with a number of mayors who also are heavily reliant on income tax in their city, and they are already starting to see a reduction in income tax. So I think we need to be looking closely at that. And if it's a 9 or 10% reduction, I think that's actually probably a good thing. I expect it will probably be more just based on what I'm hearing from other cities. Hopefully we'll have a better sense of that in a couple months. So thank you for this update. I'll turn it to my colleagues to ask questions if they have them. Commissioners, questions for Molly based on the presentation and information? It's a lot to digest, but I think it's a really good overview, including overview of potential impacts on pension and OPEB. So I'll start with Commissioner O'Connor.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Clarence, for this presentation. Obviously a lot to digest here. Just one thing right off the bat, though, that I'm just curious about. In the past, first of all, I'm excited to see our we have a great rate of savings. It continues on, and we're above our targets or at our targets for the second straight cycle in a row. Just knowing that we have such a surplus in the general fund surplus, and in the past I've asked about whether we with our 15% and 10% policy goals about increasing those percentages. And then, having such a dramatic surplus, I think on slide 44, you talked about the potential to achieve greater rates of savings in the budget stabilization fund. And just as a matter of fiscal discipline, general fund dollars can be spent real quick and easy. And so, ensuring that we, stay focused on having rainy day dollars with the financial uncertainty. I would really like to see, as I said in the past, getting the budget stabilization fund closer to a 15% rate of savings, so that as things come at us, we're not tempted to take general fund dollars and spend them on something that's not obviously keeping the city of Grand Rapids financially sustainable long term. And so I guess that's just my pitch here to say, hey, I think we should, given that substantial surplus, it's still money, it's not being spent, it's still in our coffers, but just transferring that additional 5% into budget stabilization, so that we know, we're not going to go ahead and spend it on things that, we don't have certainty about.
Yeah. Commissioner O'Connor, that's a great question. Having sat around this table back in 08, 09, and 2010, and having very little to no reserves and needing to cut $33 million in the course of 12 months, I am grateful we're in the position that we're in, but and many of you have been a part of these discussions, including Commissioner Lanier. It's taken us a long time to get to where we are today, to have these funds to buffer another recession. And many cities are not in the position that we're in, and many cities did not learn from 2010. So I'll be interested. Molly, what's your recommendation related to that comment?
For me, it would be great to have more, more reserve. That's one thing I do get asked for by rating agencies is do we consider transferring more into our budget stabilization fund just because cash reserves look great. Our neighbors here at the county do utilize, make sure they achieve a very healthy cash reserve. And they've been able to achieve a AAA rating. And a large part of that is due to, sitting on those reserves, being well equipped. So we are in a very healthy position if we did choose to move money over into the budget stabilization fund. I did outline the targets for the 11, if we want to go up to 11% or 12%, make an effort to do that. We definitely have the capability for, I believe, going up to the 12% mark, for instance, was just an additional 2.6 million. So again, it's considering there's 37 million there. If you did want to do that, can definitely make that move.
Commissioner O'Connor, follow up, and then I see Commissioner Reppart's hands up. Go ahead.
Yeah, I guess so part of the conversation is, obviously Ms. Claren's recommendations and comfort level in doing something like that. But again, our current policy as the commission is to have a 10 and 15% in both funds. And so I think, part of that is us as a commission saying, do we set a new target of 15, knowing we're not going to, again, you didn't achieve, in this commission, this community didn't achieve that rate of savings overnight. The other graphs that took a long time to do that. But again, for us just to have that agreed upon fiscal discipline to reassess the policy to say, should we set it at 15% as a target? And then, we can work towards that as we work through future budgets, but without having a goal in mind that we all agree on how we get there is, it's not going to happen unless we put a target out there. And I also, I appreciate our colleagues at the county and their historic fiscal discipline that's gotten them a great rating, which they all love to tout so much. But these are tax dollars too, and tax dollars do need to be. I'm not here to save dollars just to save dollars. Our tax dollars need to be spent to work for the people of Grand Rapids, and so I'm not trying to get arbitrary savings just to sit on dollars to look good for rating agencies. I want to see our dollars get spent well for the people that pay taxes in Grand Rapids. But at the same time, there is fiscal discipline that's needed to ensure we can do the things and keep the doors open and the lights on.
Mayor, before we get to move forward from this question, I want to make sure, I think we could, the short term, increase the amount transferred. I think that's a real good short-term approach. Regarding the policy level, permanently changing it to 15%, I do want to make sure and discuss that with the rating agencies. If we're unable to maintain that policy at the funding level, what that does to our bond ratings. So it may be better to have an understanding to change it, see how long we can maintain it before permanently changing our policy. Because then if they come and we're at 13%, it might be higher than we've ever been. But for them, if we're not at that 15% policy, they may see that as a material weakness. Is that accurate, Ms. Claren?
They do see how we are performing in relation to the parameters the commission does adopt to that. I will say they also compare us to other municipalities in our credit rating to see how we're performing relative to them. So that's one area where we've excelled because we do have these strong reserves right now relative to other cities. They look at that as well. I never, obviously if you wanted to explore that, my team can definitely do some analysis there with, get with the rating agencies as well as talk to, get some opinions of the local underwriters as well as, where that's, if there is a huge cost benefit for us to explore that. So
I think we want to be very clear in saying if we have high performance, but the performance level doesn't meet our stated policy, that a risk to us would be the question we change policy.
Thanks. Commissioner Repper?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. First, I just want to say there's a whole lot of silver linings in that report, and we have received quite a few unexpected blessings, which is phenomenal. And I want to thank the team for working so hard, being so diligent, being so creative. That compliance money, the extra grants that we've written, all of these extra revenue sources that we weren't expecting. So that's really great. I just have one. I want to echo what my colleague Commissioner O'Connor said. I do think that this is to learn from the past, to kind of shore up things, but also to do that within balance, so that as we weather this recession, that people who didn't, disparately weather it well the last time, that maybe we can provide some different supports as a city with our investments to help more people come out in the positive at the end of this. My one question, Molly, really is related to the CARES funding. We've accepted it. And then you have a couple of potential ways that we could leverage that money. Is there a timeline when we have to make those decisions, or because we've accepted it for a qualified expense, do we have a bit of time to kind of wrestle with that and discuss that as a group?
With the CARES money, all the funding buckets that are bolstered by the CARES money, you're correct that there's a timeline on that money, and that it had to get spent by December by December 31st of this year. So we did not receive our CARES funding allocation from the county until about a month ago. So as a result, I looked into what would be qualifying expenses that I can credit to right now to end the grant, satisfy the requirements of the CARES Act, and that's why you'll see that slide of where I'm capturing those two payments, because they're the big amount of money. It's $11.5 million I've taken in between in September and October that I have to get spent by the end of the year. So I allocated that towards our public safety payroll, which was a qualifying use in fiscal year 20, so that that money can just fall to fund balance, and then we've been free to get that money to work now in activate it for like the homeless outreach team and those other efforts I discussed. So I do have a portion of that held back in that reserve area, just because I haven't I'm still working with my team to audit through, okay, what's happened between now, August and now, of incurred PPE and all this other expenses we're incurring like barriers in our social zones, things like that. But we could choose to put all of that to work, or, I would prefer some kind of conservative approach where we're still waiting and seeing, and maybe look to see what's going on with income taxes. So we can, if it's going to be a one-time hit to income tax, we fill the hole and try to ride the year out. So it's definitely, you guys got me tap dancing here in my seat as far as trying to manage what's going on. So yeah.
Thanks, Molly. All right, other questions for Molly? Commissioner Lanier and then Commissioner O'Connor.
Thank you, Molly, for the presentation. I'm trying to fully understand the non-resident WFH slide. It was slide 15, I think, when you first talked about it, but then there was another slide on slide 22 when you talked about the 9% average is what we're seeing in a reduction in income taxes. Are you including the WFH in that slide 22? And is there a way to compare only those WFH tax generated income taxes from last year to this year? So it was almost like looking at apples and oranges. So there really wasn't a way, looking at slide 22, to know how bad slide 15 really is. So, I jotted down the question during slide 15, how much do we typically get annually in the non-resident WFH? And then where are we currently in receiving those non-resident taxes? And then, and how does where we are currently compare to where we would have been last year at the same time? So then that kind of gives us a little bit more of apples to apples.
Oh, absolutely. And what I have on that weekly roll up is everything in aggregate. So it is. I see your point of what is going on with the holding relative to last year, and I will dig into that with my income tax administrator to get you those values. We do know that non-resident income tax does make up 60% of that revenue stream. So I would say give me a couple of weeks. I'd like to see this quarter close, and that's one of the things we were going to really dig into because it's it's a crazy issue this year. We were up to I just got a note from my deputy Scott Saindon. He says we were up 6.4 million this time last year for non-resident withholding. So we were looking at a positive trend last year compared to this year. So, or 6.4%, sorry, not million.
Okay. And then I'm also curious, if this may not necessarily be a question directly for you, Molly, but city manager, for you and maybe economic development, I'm not exactly sure, but I'm wondering if we're surveying businesses because there are a lot of national businesses where we're hearing that they are recommending that their staff work from home, through the end of 2021 or through 2022 or something like that. And so I'm just curious to know if we've spent time trying to survey businesses to get an understanding of where they are. Have any of them locally made those types of decisions, which we know then too will impact our potentially non-resident income tax. And then the other is with those businesses, I think the space and where they are located, I think also could potentially impact the economy if businesses are moving out of buildings. And then how do we get our arms wrapped around kind of the vacancies and what becomes available? And then how do we even reimagine how buildings are being used, especially since we still have a housing crisis? So, those are some of the things that I'm just kind of thinking about, big picture things, but I also think that, and they may not necessarily be direct things that the city itself is concerned about because you have your own employee base and how you're handling and managing that. But I do think that those things will impact the city and our economy in general. And so we should have an idea of what's happening there.
Thank you, Commissioner. So short term, yes, we've had conversations with several businesses or industries that have indicated their plans for continuation of telecommuting for offices in the downtown area. Now, is there a formal survey? I'm not aware of any. Perhaps Mr. Garcia can help us if there is certainly a formal survey, but we are aware of that. I think long term, I think it's a little too early to begin to estimate whether or not people are going to do this beyond the recovery phase. If it's going to be long, we're going to see a divestment out of downtown. What I'm reading in other communities, it's a little mix of both. But actually, the people that are leaving, they're leaving from larger urban areas like New York, like Los Angeles and Chicago, and coming to more mid-sized communities like Grand Rapids and other areas. So we may be the benefactor of that flight from larger urban areas, but I have not heard of any longer term projections from the downtown businesses in this community. Mr. Garcia, have you heard anything?
Yeah, so you're right, Commissioner Miller. So how we actually are keeping our thumb on what's happening is what we call business retention and expansion visits. So that's a foundation of economic development. You're calling our existing businesses, which, as you can tell, has the impact on our financial stability. So we are doing that. I actually did share at the last, I think that one of the mayor's task force meetings, some high level data points that we have worked with the right place regionally to see some trends of where we're, whether folks are continuing to hire, and they are. There are people that are continuing to hire. And there are also folks that have said on the other end of the spectrum, yes, we are planning to stay longer term, work from home, probably through at least the first quarter of 21. It's a business decision, but we are tracking it. For your real estate question, I've had a lot of conversations with their brokerage community to ask them about activity and visits and their listings. Mixed bag as well. There are still people touring facilities. What they're looking for is what the next 18 months when their current lease is up, because they're planning to say, do I need more space or do I need less based on my employee decision on the number of people I want. So we've been trying to balance those things as leading indicators of where they're going to, what they'll be doing in the future, but also what's happening currently, what the company's telling us about their work from home policy.
Thank you. I'm so happy to hear that you've been engaged in some of these conversations. It would be great to hear a report on that. If you could share what you shared with the task force, with the commission, that would be great to see or read.
Yeah, we are, and our team is committed to the business retention stuff, and so we are working on tracking to get some trends. Right, we got to start somewhere and making sure that we put a narrative together about that.
Absolutely.
And Commissioner, if I might add to what Jeremiah has and Mark have added, is that we also have a growth strategy regarding corporate headquarter locations and other things that we're doing. And so this week we had the announcement by Perigo that is a good step forward. And we've had prior announcements by Acrisure and Spectrum Health that will bring more business to and more employees to the community, even in a shared workspace environment. So the growth strategy, I think, is critically important too. And then our manufacturing base, people need to be present to manufacture. So to the extent we have a strong manufacturing base, that's pretty solid for us too. So it's all the things that you've talked about and Jeremiah's talked about and Mark talked about will help us as we move forward.
Thank you. Thank you for that. And then one other question, Molly, for you is on slide 20, it was tied to the $20 million in reimbursements, or maybe it was summarizing $20 million. So I'm curious to know then, I'm trying to figure out what of those dollars are tied to which buckets of our budget so that then we can know where there may be, once you do the reimbursements, where you can free up some of those items. And then we'll know if those dollars will be restricted or not, because it'll depend on which items you're getting reimbursements for. So I'm just trying to, it all is kind of target and it rolls a little bit. And so I'm just trying to understand, once this happens, then where do you have the surplus? And I'm in total agreement with the recommendation that Commissioner O'Connor made earlier about a policy, and thank you for being willing to review if updating our policy is the best methodology or having it in practice. I'm very supportive of that, because I do believe that we are in a better place because we've been intentional about reserves. And I want to make sure that, though we do, and I agree with what Commissioner O'Connor said too, about making sure that we're meeting the needs of the citizens and businesses within our city, but also recognizing that we have to be good stewards, and having reserves is another way of being good stewards of the resources that we have before us. So just kind of curious about that reimbursements, and then the impact of those, and which ones will be restricted or not.
And yeah, I totally agree with you. There is a balance between, what we allocate for financial resiliency versus what we can do to help the situation now. So it's a continuous balance, and that's exactly what we're doing with that 20.3 million. With me saying, hey, let's hold off on a portion of it just to see if it serves us better in reserves versus being activated. For those, the ESG and the CDBG buckets of money, that is all efforts that are, clearly programmed for coronavirus related activities. Most of these are. So when we say we're freeing something up, the only opportunity I really had to do that was with the $6.4 million we received from the county and the $5 million for the public safety payroll, because those are things we've already budgeted for and paid for. So that's why I'm like, great, booked, follow the fund balance, and then we put to use elsewhere and figure out that, push-pull between applying it versus banking it in reserves. But I would say, with the grant related to election expenses, that's, I'm sure going to be eaten up by what Joel has going on and all the extra things he's had to do for the election. The FEMA grant, that was related to PPE. So a lot of these things are for extraordinary items. So unfortunately, outside of those two, that $11.5 million, and that's why I broke it apart for you guys to see, how do we create that balance? And I've been working with the city manager on, okay, we committed to these programs. We move forward on like the hot team and dealing with homeless mitigation and some rental assistance situations. But again, we haven't exhausted that entire amount of money. So I would say that would be the area of opportunity if we do want to find some kind of rebalancing there. That would probably be the area.
Thank you. I have a few other questions, but I'll wait until after you give us a chance to ask.
Okay, thank you. And I'll see if there's others. I want to be mindful of time too. I know we're about 40 minutes behind schedule. So I want to make sure that we try to move forward a little bit here.
Past our break.
We are past our break, so hopefully you all are okay with that. I think I'd like to just keep on moving because we have other really important presentations to get through. So Commissioner Jones and then Commissioner Asasi, did I see your hand up? Okay, so let's start with Commissioner Jones.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Claren, for the presentation on this morning. Just two questions for you. One is wondering how much effort has been put into, I know earlier at the beginning of our morning, City Manager Washington talked about the importance of collaboration. And I'm wondering, have we exhausted all of our efforts to take a good hard look or have some conversations with other local municipalities around cost savings? I know that it's clear that other municipalities are also feeling the pains of the financial pains of COVID and the pandemics, but wondering how much interaction or conversation we've had with neighboring municipalities about the potential of I guess working more collaboratively to see if we can find some cost savings. That's my first question.
Absolutely. I was just going to mention what I've been involved with is effort where we've had similar priorities with the county. I know Connie Bohatch in community development spends a lot of time talking about what they're doing for homeless mitigation and how our services complement what they have going on. For instance, they funded the entire cost of the sheltering with their portion of the CARES pandemic and didn't push it off on us. So we have been strategic as far as trying not to double up where we're allocating our resources. I know Doug Stark, our IT director, has also been working with their IT to the county's IT to see what they're doing as far as the Wi-Fi in public spaces and making sure we're doing that in complement to what they have going on. And I don't know, City Manager, you have more to add.
So I would just add real quickly, yes, we've been certainly working collaboratively with other units of government, particularly around public safety. That's been one of probably the most collaborative areas, but also the conversations we're having around housing and homelessness. We've been trying to make that a countywide discussion. Actually, the city has been at the forefront leading that discussion for the county with the housing needs assessments. And there's other infrastructure type of projects that we're working with other communities. So I think in looking at just kind of some of the shared services stuff where there could be potential more cost savings, like if we all universally had the same healthcare provider or things of that nature, those are probably more long-term issues than short-term crisis opportunities.
Okay. My other question really has to do with the CARES Act dollars. Ms. Claren, I take it that you're aware of what that balance is that the county has left to work with by the end of the year. And I just want to, this is, I guess, more to my colleagues and mayor and city manager. I would really like for us to do a full court press. I think it would be absolutely criminal if by the end of the year dollars are sent back to Washington that have not been spent, and I don't know what that means for us in terms of a combined message or I don't know what it means. All I know is I'm guessing that there are still dollars that are sitting in the kitty and dollars to be used. And I know that we have expenses and that we have some things that we can use those dollars for. I just would like to really give some thought to how do we most effectively communicate to the county. And I'm not necessarily suggesting a very kind ask as much as I'm saying that, I mean, again, for money to be sent back would be uncivilized. And so I'm curious about that.
Well, I think, Mayor, you might want to opine on this. What I've seen in other communities have been more intergovernmental discussions among the bodies, the joint meetings, or some subset more formally. Obviously, our staffs are in communications, but that staff work, and so perhaps we could have either our legislative team, which that would be appropriate with intergovernmental relations, take a more formal role in that discussion and ask for a more formal conversation of a joint meeting would be one. And the others is your individual efforts with your colleagues at the county. Mayor, your thoughts?
Yeah, I haven't looked at what the remaining amount is. My understanding, Commissioner, is that any remaining dollars will go to offset payroll of county departments. So that they don't, my understanding is they don't intend to send any back to the feds, but they would utilize it to support county departments. Molly, is that what you have heard as well?
Yeah, I had the same concern as well. I've talked with their financial director over there, and he says that's his intention is if they can, allocate out and spend the funding buckets they already have. It'll be applied against probably their public safety payroll, like I've done with some of our funding buckets, just to get that banked so it can be put to use without restrictions. So I think that's their strategy to satisfy that 114 million, but it's depends on what they plan to do with it from there.
But I am happy to follow up, Commissioner.
Do we know the balance offhand? Just a ballpark figure, the balance?
I can pull their most recent report off of their website and report that back to you if you'd like.
Yeah, thanks, Molly. All right, let's go to Commissioner Asasi.
But Mayor, I'm still unclear then. So the follow-up is just what the follow-up has been, or are we asking, what I heard was for a more formalized ask for resourcing?
Well, as City Manager, I would argue we first need to find out how much that is and if there has been a plan. My understanding is that there is a plan, and as we've seen, those dollars are allocated and determined by the entire county commission, and we've done our best to advocate. And And I'm not sure how much more opportunity we're going to have to influence how they decide to use those funds. But I think the first thing is we need to get an update on where they are with that, and then we can revisit a potential conversation with them to see if they can support some of the additional needs we have here in the city.
We'll have that by the end of the meeting.
Okay, thanks. All right, Commissioner Asasi?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, thanks, Molly, for the presentation. I just have a couple of comments. So I would say, again, what Commissioner Reppert said, when we look at the recovery, there are these bright spots and also the reality that we know that not everybody's experiencing the recovery in the same way. So to continue to center that in our conversations and appreciate that larger point of view, I think it would be helpful sort of, not knowing right now, but as we move through our prioritization process, hearing about, you talked about some of the lean pieces and some of those opportunities. I think we have, a lot of efficiency in our processes here at the city, and also what are the opportunities to add things in. So I would go back to my comment around the communications and how do we use strategic communications to, eliminate waste or other things in our processes. I also, you highlighted some of the grants and opportunities. I'm hopeful that there will be future opportunities as we go into this next year after this presidential election, and also to continue in that same conservative tone of when people come to us with opportunities, really balancing out what are the costs and benefits of accepting money. Because I think it's the money that we receive, and you do a good job in our fiscal committee of sharing what is, if there's a match, but also just recognizing more of the total cost as we move forward. And then Commissioner Lanier brought this up a little bit after the presentation, but about, the furlough piece. I hate that I have to bring this up, but I think about the second wave, and I think about, parents who really struggled in this last wave. And I know we've been doing some surveying of our employees and what they need. And we just see more people who are leaving the workforce temporarily. So are there, again, not looking for an answer, city manager, certainly from you, Molly, but want to continue to put that out in the forefront to see how that could either be a positive to our financials and a positive to our employees who might need that as we move in these next 6 months. Thank you.
Yeah. Excellent. Okay. Additional questions or comments? Commissioner O'Connor, did you have your hand up? Okay. All right. Molly, any final comments as we wrap up this presentation and we'll move forward?
Sure. I'll just follow up on that question for Commissioner Jones right away. We did pull the report for the county through the October 16th. I did go to the county website and see that they pulled it down, so I assume they're doing updating, but through the 16th of October, they have $55 million spent, $27 million encumbered, so that's a total of $83 million that's been obligated. That remains, so about $33 million still remains not spended as of October 16th. So I'll email over to the county to see if they have a more recent report. Maybe they're booking more, but that gives you an idea of where they were at as of the 16th of the month.
Thank you, Ms. Clark.
Yeah. Thank you, Commissioner. All right, any other final questions or comments? All right, commissioners, do we need a 5-minute break before we move on? Okay, why don't we take a 5-minute break, and that will give the city manager an opportunity to get our next presentation teed up for us, and then we'll come back together. So I'll see you back here at 11:40. All right.
While we're doing that, just so that Okay, Mayor, I have 11:40.
Where's the music? We're supposed to have intermission music too.
Intermission music, right? We'll do better next time. That's a good point.
Yeah, where's the DJ?
Yes, that's a good point. That's a good point.
Okay,
I can't see everyone who's here because the presentation's up.
We're ready when you are, City Manager.
Okay, I want to make sure the mayor's ready. Mayor, you ready?
I am. It's hard for me to see everyone, so I'll just assume that everyone is back on, and I'll turn it back over to you to take it away.
Okay. So, Mayor, I think what we want to do in this section is provide the additional information. I think we sent some of this earlier in the week, so you should have it. It shouldn't require a lot of explanation. I'm going to ask the staff to highlight the additional information that you all requested. I think a combination of either from the last public meeting we had or some individual conversations with me, very high level. And then we'll get into your prioritization discussions. So we'll start, I'll turn it over to Sutter.
Thank you, City Manager. I'm just going to kick things off. In response to the questions you asked for follow-up information, there were 5 categories that we've organized the information. The first with respect to CARES funding. CEO Claren covered the majority of that in her presentation already. And the request specific to CARES funding specific for homelessness will be covered by Ms. Bohach when she covers housing and homelessness. We have a team of staff that will be covering a variety of the crime prevention investments that are being made. Our police, and then we will also have some conversation follow up to the police defunding question and conclude with the master plan. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Ms. Bohach.
Thank you. The city receives funding from the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development through the Community Development Block Grant, the Home Investment Partnerships, and the Emergency Solutions Grants programs. Congress appropriates funding on to these programs annually, and then it's distributed to cities and counties and states by formula. In FY21, which is our current fiscal year, the city invested more than $4.6 million of these funds to address housing and homelessness issues in the 5 outcome areas that are bulleted on this slide. The subset of information on that slide also highlights what are the planned accomplishments for the period of July 1, 2020 through June 30th of 2021. Next slide, please. The city has made additional COVID-related investment in housing and homelessness through its economic resiliency and recovery investment strategy. Approximately $3.3 million has been committed for services that provide housing security for homeless persons and families, and those who are eminently at risk of becoming homeless, providing intervention, legal and case management services to ensure that people can maintain their housing, as well as provide rent and mortgage assistance to help undocumented residents also stay in their homes. These investments represent a combination of CARES Act supplemental funding through the Emergency Solution Grants and Community Development Block Grant programs, as well as City General Operating Fund support. Next slide, please. There were some questions previously about how other entities are investing in housing and homelessness in response to the pandemic. Based on information that was published by Kent County on October 16th, the county has budgeted approximately $8.2 million and has spent nearly $3.8 million for these purposes. Last spring, the county provided isolation units for those who tested positive for COVID-19, who were homeless, and also supported a decompression shelter last spring as well. They have recently secured use of a hotel for isolation purposes through March of 2021. And they're also planning to support housing rehabilitation for affordable housing units and provide rent assistance for eviction prevention. Our community is also benefiting from funds that are being provided by the Michigan State Housing Development Authority. $2.8 million is available for eviction diversion, of which $820,000 has been spent as of October 19th.
Chief Lehman, is he frozen?
He does appear to be frozen. So
Connie, go ahead. Why don't you cover this slide for him if he's frozen?
So the homeless outreach team, there has been significant investment to date related to our homeless outreach team. We have $771,000 that's been invested there. It's allowed us to provide 2 teams of 2 combined police and fire personnel, as well as obtain support from through a partnership with Network 180, adding to each team 1 social worker and 1 recovery coach. Currently, we are, the hot team is out in the community from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Saturday. And those teams actually, there's 2 teams and they overlap on Mondays and Thursdays. That's been quite important, according to Chief Lehman, because of the volume of calls that they're addressing. The questions that have been asked as of late is there a need to expand service hours, and would extending a few hours each day meet that demand? And so there's been a proposed solution that that may be possible to extend the hours to 8 p.m. or later, depending on the season and the need. And to do that, it would be recommended that 1 additional team, 6 days per week, could allow for that type of coverage. And it would also allow for 2 teams each day, as opposed to just on Mondays and Thursdays, where they would overlap those hours. And below, there are some additional information of what investment would be required to make that happen. Next slide, please. Related to crime prevention investments outside of the police department, the community development department has invested nearly $330,000 in programs which it administers. That's provided through the Community Development Block Grant Program and the Justice Assistance Grant Programs. There are 12 organizations that were funded for crime prevention in the FY21 allocation process. And that's intended to increase neighborhood safety by educating and organizing residents and carrying out activities that our neighborhood associations have traditionally done. The next slide, please. Under Ms. Turkelson's leadership, the Planning, Design, and Development Department has dedicated a staff person to implement the crime prevention through environmental design ordinance. There's also been investments through the Economic Resiliency and Recovery Strategy to support the Grow 1000 Youth Employment Initiative and to deploy park ambassadors for safe park reactivation throughout the summer. And $100,000 was budgeted for the Safe Task Force under Mr. Kane's leadership. Investments have been made for the gun buyback and parenting support programs, and approximately $35,000 remain for investment in community-led crime prevention projects.
And as you can see, some of the additional crime prevention investments that the police department has, as you can see, community outreach, brochures, analysts, crime analyst software, homeless outreach team, crime prevention, and 3 analysts. I'd like to point out the officer personnel. It was based on the Hillard Hines study, with 40% of our officers time not in response to crime, total roughly $16.5 million for a total of $17.8 million. Next slide, please. So combining what Ms. Bohatch presented along with the police department, crime prevention throughout the citywide is a little over $18.5 million. I'd like to point out the officer time for crime prevention, which is little close to $16.5 million. It will increase when we move more toward our neighborhood policing concept, where every officer will be able to be engaged in crime prevention with the neighborhood that they're serving. I'll now turn it over to Deputy Chief Reifenberg, who will run you through Operation Safe Neighborhood, gun buyback, and also technology opportunities for the department.
Operation Safe Neighborhood was a response to the number of shootings and weapons-related issues that we've had in the recent months. The strategy was to place high visibility uniform and plainclothes patrol in beats identified using data. We did this with bike, foot patrol, cruisers, and plainclothes officers in those areas. Next slide. We obtained intelligence from our data analysts to figure out where we needed to be working in what areas. And then we made contact with community members. We started this a couple of days before the event, actually going door to door and talking to neighbors about the increased activity in their neighborhood and advising them that we would be increasing police activity in response. We had a very supportive response from the neighborhoods, and they were very glad to see us. We talked about what our strategies would be with this. Our operational plan was then developed by the patrol captains and it was approved by the chief sergeant. This is some data from Operation Safe Neighborhood, which you can look over, but some of the highlights, the first one we did was over a 3-day period on a weekend. It was Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. During that operation, we recovered 10 guns that were involved in crimes. This operation was fairly expensive. We had quite a bit of staff for it, cost a little over $105,000. In October, we did another one. This was kind of put together ad hoc on a Wednesday, so we had less personnel that were able to work it, and we only ran it on Friday and Saturday. It cost us about $37,000, but we did recover 4 weapons along with several arrests that weekend. This is a map to show you some of that data that we used on the areas that we worked that weekend, the weekend in September. Highlights on these maps, the weekend before we had 1 homicide and plenty of gun crime. The weekend of Operation Safe Neighborhood, you'll see those 10 green dots. Those are the weapons that we recovered during the event, but there were no homicides. And then the weekend after, where we weren't using a strategic approach and did not have additional personnel, unfortunately, we had 2 homicides. Next slide. In October, these are kind of the same slides just to show you the weekend before. We didn't have that much activity, but that Tuesday we had a homicide, which isn't reflected in these maps. The Operation Safe Neighborhood was run on the 9th and 10th. Again, 4 of those green dots are guns that we recovered. And then on the weekend after, again, without the strategy and additional personnel, we again had 1 homicide. Shot spotter technology. We've been investigating this, as most of you have all been briefed and understand. We're looking at a program that would cover 4 square miles at a cost of $500,000 for a 2-year program. And we're using data-driven to decide where that would go. And in these 4 square miles, you can see that gun-related killing, attempted murder, gun-related aggravated assaults, weapon firing, and sound of gunshots is up exponentially. Next slide. We're going to have 2 community engagement events to get the community's input. Those are going to be occur on November 2nd and November 5th. Will be digital town halls from 6 to 7 p.m. So people can call in with questions and we can really get that community input, reference crime, gunshot detection. The other technology that we've been looking at is the UAS system. UAS is a first responder. And this program, we believe we could get started for $155,000. That would cover equipment costs, training, software, and licensing. And then after that initial investment, it would cost us $25,000 a year to continue to run this program. Not only would it be used as first responder, but we could really increase the speed at which we're on crime scenes and doing the investigation afterwards. And traffic crashes, as you see when we've had pileups on 131, state police are able to run their drone up and down that accident scene and then clear the highway relatively quickly instead of doing all that by hand. Next slide. The gun buyback program, we've already conducted one of these gun buybacks. That occurred October 24th. We had $14,000 of gift cards actually allocated for the gun buyback. And there were 3 different tiers of weapons that we were looking for that day. Next slide. We were able to recover 107 weapons. We paid for 103 of them that day. 4 of them were just donated to buyback, and people weren't looking for any money. 39 were those tier 1 guns, 66 at the tier 2. Tier 3, we got 2 of those weapons. So it was very successful. The next one's November 7th over on the west side of town.
Before I get to this slide real quickly, and the commission approved $20,000, I think, for the first gun buyback, and that was based on the funding that was in SAFE, and pretty much all of those funds have been expended. And so we have, again, partnered with SAFE in looking at other sources of funding. I will be authorizing under emergency conditions, additional funds if needed for the buyback that's planned on the 7th, and you will ratify that at your next meeting in November 10th. Next slide on the defund question. So there's been lots of discussions since June around the issue of funding the police department. And as you may recall, we did make some modifications. Number one, in terms of police strategy with the police department strategic plan, and we've had extensive discussion around that, as well as part of that plan included reallocating $1.2 million for other civilianized positions, either within the department as well as the Office of Public Accountability and Oversight. Given what we have, what you've heard today, based on the increase in crime as well as the other concerns around funding and safety, I do not have a recommendation on additional budget reductions for the police department. However, I've had conversations with several of you about not defunding, but decoupling some of the items. We've seen this in other communities where it's not a matter of reducing the number of sworn officers, but making sure that the funding within the departments are in the appropriate accounting structure or appropriately accounted for, perhaps in areas outside of the police department, to reduce the overall cost of public safety. That was done in several other communities. So some of the items could potentially include the reassignment of the radio repair to dispatch fund, not the police department. We've talked about the civilianization of parking enforcement. That in itself will require additional discussions. These are what we're recommending for fiscal year 22, because there's accounting changes that we would need to make as well as some of the crime prevention programs that you've heard highlighted before, particularly some of the analysts or the coordinator could be assigned aligned with other programs outside the police department, as well as some of the community sponsorship programs that are more recreational in nature, such as the Boys and Girls Club, or even other crime response or prevention programs that are more behavioral in nature, could be aligned with another department. But again, these are very preliminary. It requires more discussion. If you look at that, it's about $1.1 million. And there just needs to be the careful consideration of how those services will continue to be coordinated with the police department. Next slide. As you can see, based on that, the policy question has been minimally, the department needs to have 32% of the general operating fund. You see what that percentage was at the beginning of 2020, and almost 39% with the adopted fiscal year 21 budget. We amended the budget, and that decreased to 37.2%. And potentially, if decided later on, as we get to fiscal year 22, and there are some potential decoupling, even that cost could even be lowered more. Next slide.
So we are currently in the pre-scoping phase of the master plan. This process has included the hiring and training of 20 neighborhood facilitators who are leading the current review of the master plan. We do expect that this process will help us identify themes for the upcoming plan itself. The pre-scoping phase will include the appointment of a steering committee and the issuance of an RFP, which I anticipate happening in late winter 2021, with the public-facing portion of the plan beginning in the summer of 2021. In terms of budget, we did have $250,000 total planned between between fiscal year 20 and 21. But based on what we believe we know, past planning efforts, and our experience as professional planners, we believe that the planning department will need an additional $1 million to do the needed work. A significant portion of the total estimated cost is attributed for the need for engagement. Earlier this morning, there was Ms. Keller referenced the public participation spectrum. We actually use this to help guide our work with the Urban Core Collective. And we do expect that the master plan engagement will be at the collaborative end of the spectrum, which takes time and money to do that effectively. Several city departments are in the process of exploring whether we can consolidate our planning efforts to plan holistically and avoid engagement fatigue and hopefully share financial resources. So with that, I look forward to providing you with a more detailed report out of the pre-scoping phase, possibly later this year, but also possibly early 2021.
So, Mayor, with that, those are the questions that we have gotten before, that we have received before. I think with the financials and now the information that we followed up on, it is staff's hope that we can now have some dialogue with the commission about, next slide, please, about your preferred prioritization and any follow-up questions that you may have along those areas that you see here, or if anything that has been shared this morning. So I want to pause and then just to be clear where we are now in terms of the review. We followed up with information, and then the next step would be to turn it over to Ms. Sutter to help us through this prioritization discussion.
Okay, thanks, City Manager. Let me see if any of my colleagues have any questions on any of the information that was provided. Commissioner Reckford?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I have a couple questions. One is for the hot team, for the idea of adding additional people. I'm just wondering if we can consider adding non-sworn people to that, which would be cheaper, one, and also I think would align more with the department's strategic plan to kind of civilianize that team, which is also a desire of mine. So that's one question that I have. With regards to crime prevention, I was hoping to see an update on cure violence and where we might have that. To me, that's the first thing that we need to do in order for crime prevention, because it focuses on the community, the institutions of trust in the community stepping forward and working to prevent crime in that way, which I feel is the strongest path forward for that. And then I have questions around funding for the police department and otherwise, but I think that in the prioritization exercise that we're going to do, I can bring those thoughts forward in that.
So I'm not sure if Chief Lehman has ever been able to get his technology working, but I think we can look at adding civilians, and we have with the addition of some of the partners from Network 180 and other nonprofits, community rebuilders, and so we have been looking at that. What I'm hearing is even our partners appreciate having public safety professionals part of that outreach effort, as is the model in other communities. So it is not totally public safety. It is a collaborative effort because there are some safety issues in those communities, and having a person who is able to help with public safety is helpful. Keep in mind, Commissioner, the reason why we entered this space over the past few months so aggressively that we have is because of our emergency response effort as a result of public safety. If not, if we go back to the way it was prior to that, we've had a lot of non-public safety professionals working to resolve the homelessness effort. And so that has been the unique space that the city has because we're not the health department. And so we certainly can look into it. Don't have an answer for you right away on what that might look like. Regarding cure violence, I think we're at the same place we were before. The city has allocated $75,000 from the general fund. The county, since then, has, as you may be aware, has put out a proposal for use of some of the CARES funding for crime prevention, and I think about $500,000, and to be rewarded in $150,000 increments. And I'm not aware of where they're on that proposal process. I believe Chief Payne is part of the evaluation process. Is that accurate, Chief Payne?
Yes, sir. I was asked to be part of the process, and I have not received any information on where. I'm not even sure it's closed yet. I think they were still receiving applications.
So are we submitting an application? I guess that's my question.
The way I understood the proposal, it was from community-based organization. Your requirement, you had to be a community-based organization.
Yes.
Your local units of government were not eligible to submit proposals.
That's correct, sir.
Now, it doesn't mean that we couldn't ask for something beyond that with the additional funding, but that is where we are right now. It's a collaborative effort with the county, and they have more resources than we have dedicated to it, and we would partner. And I think what we would want to see is the outcome of their selection process. And then if the city is in agreement or alignment with what they're doing, we could then make a decision to appropriate our resources that we have budgeted to support what they have or do something differently.
Commissioner, did you have a follow-up question? No? Okay. All right. Other questions, commissioners? Commissioner Lanier?
Thanks, Mayor. I have a couple questions. Thanks to everyone who presented. On slide 85, we talked about the hot team, and I was just curious to know why so early in the morning are we starting? 6 a.m. I certainly agree with there probably being a need to extend beyond 6 p.m. Just because of the nature of when issues arise. And then on slide 96, there was conversation about engaging the community regarding ShotSpotter. And I think those days were November 2nd and 5th. And if you have this is for DC who is presenting this, if he has a flyer regarding those engagements, it would be great to get those sooner than later so we can help promote getting people to those town halls in order to connect with the engagement. And then on slide 97, regarding the drones, it was $155,000, but it did not indicate how many drones. So I was curious, if my memory serves me correctly, they were running about 50,000 each, but with all of this package, I wasn't sure how many would be acquired with the $155,000. And then on slide 100 was the decoupling of some of the police department's expenses. And I was curious to know, I know City Manager, you and I have talked about this, and Commissioner Moody, about some of the expenses through not only just the police department, but since that's the budget in question on this slide, the rates that we're using for facilities expenses as well as car rental expenses for their fleet, and if there's a way to look at reducing what the city is charging the police department for some of those services, that would then in turn help to reduce the budget. So that's my summary. Oh, and then another question. I was in my Commissioner Rephart and I both on Monday, we were in our joint county community development board meeting, and they were talking about the contribution to the water fund to the city. And I was just curious, I hadn't formally heard that allocation and how those dollars were spent. And I was just curious if we could get a quick update on that. And I think that question would be for Connie.
Okay, all right, thank you, Commissioner Lanier. We'll take these one at a time. The 6 a.m. wake-up call, Chief Lehman. Chief Payne certainly can add to it, but my understanding is the ambassadors start at 5 o'clock. Because the homelessness, the people who are homeless have been sleeping overnight, and they begin with people coming into the places of business where they are working as early as 6 o'clock or so for the first shift, and sometimes they are in the sidewalk or doorway, walkway in front of some of those places of business. And so they're starting to give them gentle reminders of not prohibiting, obstructing sidewalks and assisting in some of the support services, as I understand it. Chief Lehman, if you would share your thoughts on some of the other reasons for the early shift start. He's frozen again. It's like a statue today.
Yeah, he frozen again.
Chief Payne, do you have any other thing to add?
Yes, sir. You covered it. But yes, it's our ability to make contact early in the morning, and that's primarily based on a lot of the complaints that we get from businesses, is that homeless are sleeping where their employees cannot arrive. So that's why we're starting at that time, when employees are starting to arrive during the morning, and for us to have contact.
You want to take the questions on ShotSpotter and drones as well?
Sure. Yes, sir.
Before you do that, can I ask a follow-up on that response to the hot team?
Sure. Yes, ma'am.
My chief, so help me to understand who the customer is for the services that are being provided through the hot team. Mm-hmm. So is the customer then the businesses? And so we're responding to the business hours and the business's needs, or is the customer, for lack of a better term, the people who are on the street who need the services?
Sure.
And the reason I'm asking that question is because I think the delivery of services potentially could change depending on who we're seeing as the customer.
Yeah, and I think we have to consider both. And we're trying to get those that are homeless and that are out there on the street services that they need, but we also have to be aware of the businesses, of their concerns about having the ability for people to get into their place of business. So I think we have, it's not just one or the other, it's both being able to consider. It also allows us to get a jump on providing services to those that are out there. When those service providers start to open up, we've already identified who may be directed toward them very early on.
And I might add also, not and the third, just the general public, other people feeling safe as well. So I think it's general safety for everyone, general public safety, and we've had some success. We didn't go into a lot of detail, but Ms. Bohach reported earlier this week about the first week of partnering with community rebuilders. We were able to rehouse 5, I don't want to misstate the number of Ms. Bohach, but several people from the homeless community in transitional housing. So we're making this is not just moving them along. This is really being a resource in helping.
Thank you. Thanks for sharing that. I appreciate hearing that update. Sorry to interrupt, Chief.
No, manager covered it. It's getting people the service that they need.
Yes. So Chief, you want to cover ShotSpotter and drones? Questions that you had?
Yes, as I have it flyer, we're working with Steve Guitar on getting the information out, getting flyers. We've already released it. We're going to continue to release it. Different meetings I go to, I speak on it. So we'll work with Steve to make sure we're getting the information out. And the drones question you had, that covers 2 drones to be able to be deployed within the city, along with all the software and equipment that goes along with it.
And have we had any conversations back with the county regarding allowing flexibility with the ShotSpotter allocation of $500,000? Or have we not? I know we've been talking about that, but.
Yes, I think, Commissioner, we've gotten several legal interpretations around the appropriate use of that. And we probably should send that communication to you from our city attorney's office. But I think the latest conversation is that we are certain that the approved applications from the county cares will be very appropriate for payroll reimbursement. So we could do it for ShotSpotter, but we'd have to have everything expended by the end of the year, implement it, and that is a multi-year type of program, and you can't use CARES CARES funding to pay for future subscription services. So it is. I think there's other alternatives that allows the department to have the same good public safety and crime prevention outcomes. So we worked through this with the county. We believe we have a solution.
Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Isasi.
Thank you, Mayor. So one question for Chief Payne. I'm just wondering about some of the budget changes that we made, although I didn't vote for it, in the summer for the chief of staff position that you have open. So that's one question, looking for an update about that. I also just want to say I have also heard good things about some of the work, and specifically with community rebuilders. In my day job, we've had some really big wins with people who were not only experiencing homelessness now, but also the prevention of homelessness of people who are working, getting a little bit of feedback. So could somebody, I'm gonna be city manager, mute your mics, please, thanks. So have heard some really good stories about how we're expending this money, and a lot of braiding and connecting of funding with community rebuilders, like on the ground. So thank you, Ms. Bohach, for that update. Just a statement. And then I know I've shared the ShotSpotter open houses or town halls that are next week. And then we talk about drones. This kind of goes back to my question about the communication piece. So yes, we've got to figure out the prioritization and all those things, but is there a reason that we're not asking about ShotSpotter and drones when we talk about technology? Because I think what happens is then the community is like, you're coming back and asking us again this question. And I get that we might not need that to make an immediate decision, but I think that is, again, part of that public participation and how we engage in community. And I think then we can make these broader policy decisions, not just looking at something that is very prescribed, which I'm frustrated by, not you, Chief, and not anybody on this table. But so that was my third comment and question.
Commissioner, so we did, as you're aware, the conversation around ShotSpotter originated from the county, and that was very narrowly focused. But when we briefed, the chief briefed at the Public Safety Committee meeting last week, and it was broader. It was around technology related to his strategic plan that included both, just like we talked today. And so I anticipate when we have the town hall chief, will you plan to discuss both elements of the technology at that time?
City manager, I was in public safety, and I agree. I just think when we put something out to the public, we're saying something specific like ShotSpotter, but we should be communicating that broadly if we're doing it in public safety. So Because then I think we're sort of buying into, I mean, again, we may have to choose what is being presented in front of us. And I understand that, but I am interested in how residents feel about technology as we're having this conversation about reallocation, decoupling, what truly makes our community safe.
Yeah.
Well, and if I can jump in, because I also think that the surveillance policy that we have, both of these items would fall under that surveillance policy. So it would actually help us to not only just the timing of it, but I also think that you'll have to go back with the drones and have the community conversation. So you may as well do it when you're already scheduled to talk about ShotSpotter. Good idea, Commissioner.
Yeah, Commissioner, you bring up good points, and that will be part of our town halls talking about the surveillance technology. Again, this is all tied into our strategic plan. It was mentioned there, and I agree with you. It would be a great time. It's a good opportunity for us to present information on both gunshot detection technology that we're looking at, and also the drones, UAS systems that we're looking at. So they will be part of it. Commissioner Asasi, I want to follow up the chief of staff position. We're still currently working with HR to identify that person. We're hoping to have a person named soon, but we have conducted some interviews, but that process is continuing. Unfortunately, it's a process, and I wish we could have had it back when you approved it for us, but we've had to go through the process. I think it's such an important position to serve the community and serve the department that we want to be deliberate in making that selection. So I'm frustrated with how long it's taken, but we want to make sure we get it right.
Thanks, Chief.
All right, Mayor, and I think there was questions on decoupling and the services. CFO Clarence, are you able to respond to that? I think we've sent some information on that previously.
Sure. We just to get clarification on what you were asking, Commissioner Lanier, just where those expenses, if we did follow through with decoupling, where those expenses would reside then, or?
Well, I was asking specifically regarding so you did send a summary on the amount that is that the police department pays for its fleet as it's leasing or renting from the city. But my question is have we taken those dollar amounts into consideration to reduce what the percentage is that we're asking the department to pay for those vehicles? And if so, then is there a way to decouple some of those expenses from the department's budget?
With a fleet charge, it's driven by their number of vehicles they utilize. So, we look at things like what they take home versus, what remains in the garage here at work, things like that, to see is there a way to scale down the number of vehicles. And really, that's more of an operational decision that should be worked through with the city manager and chief. But as far as that charge that goes to them, one thing we did do is set a target this year for that fleet charge to try to remain as stable as possible. So we are trying to hold down the inflating any of that cost further, and working with the department to find more cost-effective ways of deploying their fleet. But if we're gonna really attempt to ease that burden for the public, for the police department, it's really driven by the life cycle we currently have set on those vehicles and the number we're utilizing. So decoupling fleet, is not something that we see as a necessary option, because it would still be charged back into the department for utilization for proper accounting. So it's, but it is a big expense. It's rightly so, should be examined more.
Yeah, it's $9 million annually. So, I mean, if you're looking at reducing a budget, you're going to go to one of your largest line items, and it happens to be one of theirs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I believe, I'm not sure where the 9 million or the number you're using. I have in this fiscal year 21 budget, I believe it was somewhere between 5.5 and 6 million. So I'll verify that though, see what it's going to be.
Please, thank you.
Yeah. As city manager, I believe you're muted.
Okay, all right. Just to be clear, though, you did have a very candid conversation with the police department about reducing their fleet budget and not reallocating, but cutting it. And I think the chief was very concerned about any reductions in the fleet budget. Okay.
City Manager, Commissioner Connor has a question, so I want to give him an opportunity, and then if there aren't any more questions, I think we'll take a brief break so that all of you can get a bite to eat, and then we'll come back together and move forward with the prioritization. Commissioner O'Connor?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just want to touch base on the Operation Safe Neighborhood, which I think I'm very happy that we were able to take advantage of some proactive efforts to help reduce gun violence, and we clearly see that when we have people in high visibility neighborhoods that have had significant gun crimes, that we were able to do some what I think was great work in preventing additional gun violence from happening on those weekends, as well as have some positive and proactive interactions with people in the community. I guess my question relates to the idea that it was $87,000 in overtime one weekend and $29,000 in overtime for another weekend, which are, I'm perfectly happy spending money to have better outcomes. I guess the question is from both a volume of work standpoint for people doing the job, like if we were to do this every weekend of the year, because we don't want to have anybody, any homicides, that's not a sustainable number. If you average it out, it's somewhere around $3 million in overtime a year, outside of the cost of just the regular straight time, as well as what is the burden on the ability of our we're not going to be able to do that in a long-term capacity with people, because it's going to burn them out if you're running them at that level of work. So I guess is there a calculation that can be figured of like how many hours it was? What is the cost of those hours at regular time wages in the event you want to provide this level of service in continuum without having to do it on a special basis per weekend?
Commissioner, we could come up with that type of that number, and I also agree with you that that's not something we could sustain every weekend. I just felt compelled to do something, and that was our solution. And I think we had good outcomes. As expensive as it was, we were able to, between those operations, take 14 illegal guns off the street that will not harm anyone. But I understand your concern. It's a concern of mine. It's not something that we can sustain. We can look to see what that cost would be at straight time also. And some of it was done at straight time, but it did require considerable overtime for those operations. Thank you.
Thanks, Chief. Thanks, Commissioner. All right, Commissioners, I am going to go ahead and let's take is 10, 15 minutes a good amount of time? Why don't you want to do 15 minutes?
Mayor Bliss, apologies for the interruption. City, if we were able to, it'd be very helpful for us to do the quick exercise because staff has to do some evaluation while you're on break. So if possible, could you give us maybe just 5-10 more minutes to facilitate the discussion where each of you can identify your priorities and then we can work on that while you have your lunch break?
Commissioners, are you good with that? Yes. Okay.
And maybe just list them and we can discuss them later. So they want to compile them in a list. So.
Okay.
Yes, absolutely. So City Manager already touched on this topic, but for those perhaps in the public, this is the draft short-term list of 20 Horizon topics where a lot of feedback was already collected from all of the commissioners as stated, City Manager's executive team, as well as our staff that participated in our leadership retreat. And so right now we're going to condense our process a little bit. My colleague, Ms. Holly Young, is working behind the scenes. And we would like to just be able to go through each of you and identify if you would be able to just name the top 5 that you would like to identify as your priorities. And we'll be able to jot that down and do some aggregation to bring the results back immediately after lunch. And I'll go ahead and just start. And I'm going to go through based on who I see on the screen.
Allison, before you go too far, can you acknowledge Commissioner Moody is unable to make it today, but he did send an email of what his top 5 were.
Yeah, and I have his list here too. I can name his off if that'll help, Allison. Whoever's
either you can do that or I can. So whichever you prefer, if you would like to go ahead.
You want me to name them now? Commissioner Moody's now?
Sure. We're going to start with him first, knowing that they've come in. So I'm going to assume, I think Ms. Young is ready behind the scenes. So we'll go ahead and take the 5 selections from Commissioner Moody. If Commissioner Lanier, you wouldn't mind stating those on his behalf.
Okay. COVID relief and economic recovery. Number 2 is lead in homes. 3 is third ward equity. 4 is supporting employees. 5 is housing and homelessness.
And since you're speaking, Commissioner Lanier, would you be prepared to give your 5 selections at this time as well?
Actually, I just need another moment if you don't mind.
Okay, no worries. We'll go to Mayor Bliss if you're ready and you want to go ahead and state your 5 identified priorities, please.
Yes, so mine are crime prevention and violence reduction, public safety reform, COVID relief and economic recovery, housing and homelessness, and equity and inclusion.
Thank you, Mayor Bliss. Next up, why don't we just go ahead, Commissioner O'Connor, you're next on my screen.
Thank you. Housing and homelessness, COVID relief and economic recovery, fiscal sustainability, crime prevention and violence reduction, and neighborhood of focus funding.
Thank you. Commissioner Jones, if you're ready.
Yes, in no certain order, housing and homelessness, COVID relief / economic recovery, public safety reform, crime prevention / violence reduction, and fiscal sustainability and discipline.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Asasi.
Thanks, Ms. Sutter. I have housing and homelessness, the well-being of our community, which really I put that as public safety and reform conversation, but I want us to talk about the well-being of our neighbors. Economic development, COVID relief, and community engagement and communication. So that's my 4. And really, I felt odd putting equity as a topic because I think it's a value. So I just have that over everything that we're talking about. That's how I'm using my name.
Thank you. Commissioner Lanier.
Okay, lead in homes, third ward equity fund, crime prevention, violence reduction, and community engagement. I'm really torn between community engagement and communications because I'm seeing how, and I know, Mayor, this is going to be a broken record for you because we've been talking about this since I've been a commissioner, but how we communicate, it impacts how we engage with the community. And so there are just some elements to both of those that I'd like to see on one line, but since they aren't, I'll go with community engagement.
Commissioner Lanier, there was a little feedback when you said your 3rd, and I wanted to make sure we were able to get it correctly. So I know I heard third ward equity fund, and I'm not sure if we caught the next one.
Housing and homelessness. Did you get that one? Crime prevention and violence reduction. Lead in homes. And community engagement is the last one.
Thank you, Commissioner.
That's 5, right? Okay.
Yes. Thank you very much. And Commissioner Redpart, please.
COVID relief, economic recovery, housing and homelessness, public safety reform, neighborhoods of focus funding, and fiscal sustainability and discipline.
Okay. Thank you, commissioners. I appreciate you holding on to do this before lunch so that we can show you some results when we come back after your lunch break. I'll turn it over to City Manager or Mayor if you want to define the amount of time for lunch so we can let the public know as well.
Commissioners, why don't we do 15 minutes? Is that, I think we all can use standing up and getting a bite to eat. So that would bring us back together at 12:50. So I'll plan to see you back here at that time.
What are you eating, Commissioner Repart? That looks good.
A sandwich. Roast beef. Yeah.
Somebody warned me that I would be hungry.
I know. My stomach was growling. I'm like, okay, I need a break. I don't want to eat during the midst of our meeting.
Yeah.
Okay. Mayor?
All right, City Manager. So Commissioners, I apologize. We're running longer. I know Commissioner Repart's going to have to jump off and join us by phone. And so we'll try to move this along and get through this next section.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. The staff is still compiling the results and to show the top 6 or so, and they should be there shortly. They're on another virtual room. But while they're doing that, I want to make sure that there are not any other questions that we need to follow up on or answer prior to them coming back with the results. Is there any other questions?
City Manager, I don't necessarily have a question, but I do want to just be really clear what we're trying to accomplish today. So I know for all of us that the priorities on that list are still all priorities. We all are still extremely committed to the strategic plan that we adopted and making progress on all of the objectives that we've laid out. Now, in the midst of the pandemic, we also have growing additional needs, and we also need to identify what we need to focus on over the next 6 months, and then also priorities going into the next budget year. But that doesn't necessarily mean that we're not continuing to make progress towards our strategic plan because of this prioritization. Did I say that clearly, City Manager?
Yes, Mayor, that's in concert with what we would like to accomplish today. And let me just provide all of us some context. Part of the reason we're doing this now was because we were at one point really having some real hard conversations around making some significant budget changes in the absence of the context of financials and our other priorities. So I want to be, the purpose here is over the next 6 months, what does our emphasis need to be on? What do we need to see us doing? If we're on target with the top priorities and what we're doing, nothing needs to change, that's fine. But if there's something we'd like to see more of or less of, and obviously I think there are a couple of areas that we need more outcomes in, and we want to be able to focus on that and say, well, that's where our COVID relief funding needs to be, particularly if they're related to COVID-19 or any other adjustments we need to make. So yes, what do we want to do more or less of in the next 6 months? Everything on that list, we have time to talk about it for fiscal year 22.
Okay, thank you. I want to be really clear for anyone watching that, all of those items on the list are important. And I know for some of us, it's hard to pick the top 5. But, lead remediation is still a priority. We're still working with the county on that. The master planning process is still a priority, and Planning Commission is working on that. I want to make sure that people don't think just because something doesn't make the list that means we're not continuing to work on it. I just want to be very clear about that.
Very good. So I'm going to ask Ms. Sutter, are we ready?
We need about 2 more minutes, sir.
2 more minutes. Okay. Mr. Patton, is there anything you would like to say before to go ahead and prepare the commission for what they will be asked to do?
Sure, would be happy to. First, thank you to everybody. I'm glad to be back. Thank you, commissioners. Thank you, Mayor. I helped the city out a couple of years ago with strategic planning, and just want to reiterate a point that that the mayor made. During that process, which you've been through a few additional iterations of, you determine the destinations, the directions that you want to take the community, that you wanted to take the city. And so there are a lot of different goals that you had. And at this time, we're just looking to focus, narrow the scope down a little bit, not saying that any of those other goals are in any way less important at this time, but really we're looking at taking things from a strategic level down to a tactical level and looking at, the horizon, the timeline, the time frame rather, for consideration here is just a short window of the remainder of the fiscal year. So we're not, trying to revisit the strategic plan, not trying to get anything, establish additional goals, but really what you've already done, the work that you've already done, the direction that you've already given to the city employees, narrowing that down to looking at less of a strategic level, more of a tactical, short-term, immediate. What are the things within the next 6 to 8 months that you'd like to see? So, and I'll return to a comment that the city manager made at the beginning here, which was the city's been in this the GSD mode of getting stuff done. So when we're talking about the next 6 to 8 months, I want you to think about what are the things that you would like to get done in the immediate future there. So keeping things very much at a tactical level, thinking about the outcomes that can be accomplished over that time frame, and we'll go from there. And I think that others are kind of putting together the final slide that shows what the commissioner responses were to those to the prioritizations. And Ms. Sutter, I'm not sure whether you have that ready to share or not yet.
Oh, I do. Thank you for your patience. Oh, I do. Thank you for your patience. And Mr. Patton, thank you for being here. So, like I said, appreciate we were working through a few kinks, but in general, this was the list and the results from the selections and the priorities that you all identified just before lunch. So along the bottom, you can see just numbers, the way the graph is oriented. So of course, housing and homelessness, COVID relief, economic recovery. And then there were kind of three that had similar numbers of priorities around third ward equity or the neighborhoods of focus funding, public safety reform, crime prevention and violence reduction, and fiscal sustainability and discipline. So you can see that there were some others that were discussed and identified as priorities, but for purposes of our conversation, I know I could hear you in the background, and city manager was affirming that, right, these are all priorities right now. These align with our strategic plan and will continue to be guides. But for purposes of having a conversation for today to really drill into some specific desired outcomes and accomplishments that you would like to see in the next 6 months, we wanted to get a little bit of additional feedback from you on those. And so really, I think from here, what we'll do process-wise is I'll tee up each of the topics. And so we'll start with housing and homelessness. And then we'll turn it over to the commission as a whole, where you can have some conversation around some specific desired outcomes, maybe increase more of this, decrease something here, or a particular metric that you're concerned about that you think best helps measure our performance. And just know in the background, we'll be taking some notes so that we're able to copy everything down, and we'll share those back to you after today in terms of the notes and the results. So please be assured that we are taking down the information that you're sharing with us. So with that, I'm gonna pull the slides down, and Mr. Patton and I are gonna kind of team together. He's going to help ensure that we're moving along and just spending maybe about 5 minutes or so per topic so that we can try to stay on track a little bit with that. So I know it's a little bit short period of time, so think about kind of rapid fire identification of some specific desired outcomes. So with that, let's go ahead and start with housing and homelessness.
Yep, and just with that, we don't need to have consensus about everything here. As was mentioned, notes will be taken in order to get some confirmation on things. But housing and homelessness, we'll begin with that. Again, a target of about 5 minutes per topic. And this was something that everybody wanted to, had as a priority. So wondering if we could just start, Madam Mayor, with yourself and explaining some accomplishments that you'd like to see over the next 6 months related to homelessness and housing.
Yeah, thank you, Scott. So some of my priorities include eviction prevention, so making sure that individuals are able to stay in the housing that they're in, both eviction prevention and mortgage relief for individuals and families that need that. And then going back to some of the goals we have related to setting up a larger affordable housing fund, as well as increasing our support for families for home ownership, knowing that that's directly related to wealth generation. So those would be, the three that come top of mind.
Okay, thank you. We can start with by ward, if that's how Commission would like to proceed. I have Ward 1, Commissioner O'Connor.
Yes, sir. I apologize. I was responding to an email, so.
It's okay.
You want me to talk about housing and homelessness? Is that where we're at?
And specifically, in the next 6 months, what are things that you'd like to see the city accomplish over that period of time?
Well, I think one or two things is specifically, I know our planning department is continuing to work on looking at some of the changes in the zoning code as it relates to additional flexibilities. And I think if COVID has proven anything to us at this point, is that providing some flexibility has provided us some positive outcomes in other arenas of city policy. And so as we look to tackle the challenges related to housing and future housing needs, finding ways which we can create more flexible paths to getting people in housing and permanent housing.
So an exploration of the code.
Yes.
Okay, thanks. All right, Commissioner Reppert.
Yeah, thanks. I echo what the mayor has listed, as well as my colleague, Commissioner O'Connor. I really think that flexibility is the key, I think, to loosening up affordability. I think that the other one that's related to this for me is the expansion of that homeless outreach team. I don't know I don't, obviously it can't be accomplished in the next 6 to 8 months, but adding more civilians to that team and having them actually respond to calls for service. I know that that's something that's being explored. That's overlaps between this and the public safety discussion.
But perhaps seeing some options related to how that team could be improved might be one of the things that you'd like to see.
You got it.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Commissioner Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Patton. I think that with regards to housing and homelessness, over the next 6 months, really just a very intentional and over-the-top effort in working with the county to utilize the resources that we have to address the issue of homelessness, in particular, keeping folks who are currently housed, making sure that they remain housed, and doing all that we can in the eviction prevention space, I think is of critical importance over the next 6 months. And so anything that we can do to really accentuate that work, coupled with any work that we can do on our end with the resources that we have, along with the county, to work with the effort to address existing individuals who are homeless, who are literally on the streets, and continuing to do the work that we're doing with the HOT team. But again, being as intentional as possible to make sure that we're addressing that need, as we have seen, obviously, an uptick with our individuals who are homeless during COVID-19.
Yeah, and especially the next 6 months, half of that's going to be winter months, right? So so that improved coordination to make sure that things are well targeted toward that population with the county.
Yep.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Asasi.
Thank you. So everything that's been said, I'll just reaffirm that. I think to continue to look at homelessness as what's the solution to homelessness, that it's housing. So I'm glad to see this direct connection with some good providers and doing that very quickly. I've also heard, again, it's hard to put it into the buckets, but Commissioner Lanier and I had a chance to go to the National Night Out, and we talked to the victim advocate. And I asked her, what was the number one thing that she felt in trouble, getting or doing? And she said housing for those who had been victims of crimes that they had connected. So are we connecting that point of city operations with what we've been able to do? So I think like better connection points or for us, better understanding. And then as we go into this next phase of COVID, I think we did a lot of things up front. I can't speak to what's happening now, but just being mindful of in housing, the water utility, and just making sure that everyone has continued access, that we make that a key priority going into this next wave. Thanks.
Is there anything specific related to water that that you can see that the city might be, done a little bit differently or could help with that issue?
No, not specifically. I think just making sure that, again, I think some things had changed during these like summer months and things where there was, I think in February and March, I remember talking to city manager and just saying, during this public health crisis, we want to make sure people have access to clean water in their homes. And so if they don't, what's the reasons why? And then again, kind of like with that victim advocate, really try to figure out what that root cause is. But I know that we have done already some things in those first months, just recognizing COVID is going to continue and making sure these topics don't get away from us. So.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Lanier.
Thanks, Scott, for being with us again. As it relates to housing and homelessness, I think the first thing I'd like to see is a full assessment of who we're defining as homeless, and with age and other demographical information, including last city of residency, so we can kind of get an understanding of who they are and where they've come from. It would be great to partner with neighboring municipalities so that we can look at housing inventories so that we can meet the need of finding shelter for them. And I think coordinated efforts and the services that are being provided, and even assessing what services they need. So obviously housing is at the top of that, but in addition to that, mental health services, substance abuse, employment, and I'm going to add connecting with family. Because, frequently you'll hear stories of families who weren't aware that family members are now homeless. And, and they would have wanted to know that information earlier so that they could swoop in and try and provide the support that their loved ones need. So I think that's another component that shouldn't be missed as we're trying to find services. I also think veterans services is another one that could be added under services. And then lastly, finding immediate shelter and long-term housing. And I know that when we started the COVID crisis, we had a number of buildings that were underutilized that were being converted into possible emergency hospital locations in the event that we had more people in our hospitals than we had space. And I'd like to see those same venues to be converted into places of shelter for those who are experiencing homelessness, so that the hot team isn't waking people up at 6 a.m. In the doorways of businesses because they are someplace else having slept overnight in a warm and safe location.
Yeah, thank you.
And I think we as a municipality could broker those partnerships with those community organizations. Thank you.
And so we'll move on to COVID in a moment, but the similar theme that I heard everybody speak to had to do with improving the coordination and collaboration with others with it. So it's good to hear that level of consistency there. So the next one that we had was COVID relief, and just a quick, as was mentioned by the CFO earlier, that window, we're actually looking at things within the next couple of months because the expenses need to be had by the end of this calendar year, not the end of the fiscal year. So it also had quite a bit of a consensus from commissioners as far as it being a priority. So let's just go through the exercise again, just in reverse order, starting then with Commissioner Lanier.
I'm sorry, Scott. Can you start with someone else? Because I'm looking up
Sure.
Commissioner Moody's items because I'm trying to juggle him and me
Not a
at the
problem.
same time.
Tell you what, rather than calling on you individually, if there are commissioners that want to speak to the particular topic, go ahead and, Commissioner Ruppert.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Patton. And I'm going to have to turn off my camera here in a minute. So I'll try to hear for your cue for me to chime in verbally on the phone. For me, the response for COVID is prioritizing people. You know, we learned from when we talked about fiscal discipline earlier, that was a learning from the last recession. I think that I would like us to come through as a city with seeing that the racial disparities that exist not carry forward in the same way as the last recession. So really focusing on investments that are going to impact, you know, marginalized communities, and which is why neighborhoods of focus funding is also on my top 5. But then I think related to the housing conversation is just continued flexibility around some of our policies and ordinances to help businesses pivot and to allow them to do things in a different way in a new reality.
So, Mr. Patton, if I may, one way I would help when you think about that, Commissioner Ruppert, thank you. For me, the takeaway is let's do an assessment where we can best help address vulnerable populations and those that are, specifically suffering from disparities, right? So that would be an assessment perhaps in the next 6 months. So that's a good key topic. I'm going to try to help keep us on track because I know we have public comment coming. So who's up next?
I appreciate that.
I can go since I wasn't ready earlier. Assessment, actually, Allison, I think you've said what's the first item on my list, just assessing where our residents are and what services have they already utilized, because we know that there's been a lot of funding kind of filtering into the community. And then what is the gap? So understanding that these things are meeting needs, but no one touched on these other things. And then creating a top 5 list to go back to see what we can do directly to impact residents. And I think we could do the exact same thing for businesses. And then just stability. I'm concerned about, and maybe, I kind of mentioned this earlier, is understanding where businesses are and who's planning to remain in the city of Grand Rapids and doing an inventory of the business community and how their employees are now working in light of COVID.
All right, thank you. And Commissioner Sassi, I saw you raise things up there. We do want to keep things moving along in order to allow time for the other topic. So, so with that in mind, please share your thoughts.
I don't know if that's directed directly to me or if that's for the whole commission. No, I'm just messing. So I would go back to actually what Commissioner O'Connor said earlier. What are the things that we're learning about what we're adjusting during COVID and then putting that forth in future policy? And then I would agree with what's already been said.
Okay, thank you. And Commissioner O'Connor?
Yeah, I mean, very similar to my other colleagues here. But, I think one thing we've learned so far, and I get a lot of feedback, is over the last 7 or 8 months as we've kind of navigated through this, that how responsive and the city departments have been to people's needs when they come, whether it's personal or business related. We felt like I think there's been a general feeling that it's people are looking to find out how to get to yes now. You always hear that that's not the way the government operates sometimes, but that there's been a lot more proactive work to figure out how, like when people come with a problem or an issue or an impediment, like we've really been much better as a municipality in figuring out how we can be supportive and or get out of the way.
Sounds like there's a pretty big compliment in there to the services that employees are delivering.
And a jab at the same time.
You're always calling me out, Sunita.
Scott, can I just add one other thing? You know, I think we need to be prepared, as we have been over the last 6 months, that there's going to be a lot of there's just a lot of unpredictability, and there are going to be needs and issues that come up that likely we can't anticipate at this moment in time. So I think for me, when I think of COVID relief and support, we need to be prepared to assist in whatever way we can as quickly as possible. So maybe it's with utility bills, maybe it's with water bills, maybe it's with eviction prevention and rental assistance and mortgage assistance. Then there, so you meeting people where they are, but also within our business community. We want our locally owned businesses to survive this pandemic, and we've been able to do things through policy change really quickly, but then also in working in partnership. I'm very concerned about our minority-owned businesses. We know that they haven't had the same access to PPP and other resources. And so again, when I think of COVID relief, I think we need to be prepared for whatever the next 6 months brings in our community and be able to respond quickly.
All right, Commissioner Jones.
I think that we also need to be crystal clear in terms of what we can and we cannot do. I think, again, this comes back to what our pool of resources are compared to our counterparts at the county, as well as communicating this to our residents. I think there is the assumption quite often from the residential perspective that our concern is perhaps geared more toward the viability of our business community, when in fact, I would say that our concern is just as focused on the residents, but our ability to respond to the needs of residents and businesses really have to do with the resources that we can tap into quite often from the county. So perhaps the communications check and how we're communicating to our residents, to our business owners, to the whole.
And you also spoke to consistency around that as well.
Yep.
So, okay, good. The next topic area, again, thinking about outcomes, thinking about accomplishments over the next 6 months, things that you'd like to see related to Third Ward equity.
And this is really teed up both as Third Ward Equity Fund or Neighborhoods of Focus Fund, as I know some of you specifically called out and have had conversations in some of our other policy conversations. So just wanted to make that clarification as well.
Thank you.
I'll start. I know it was on Commissioner Moody's list as well. And I think when we initiated the Third Ward Equity Fund, it was in response to the city's data that we had underfunded in the Third Ward economic projects. And we had an opportunity. So I know you want us to be succinct, but I feel like I need to give this background as I'm sharing the suggestion. Just recently, the city had an opportunity to contribute to lighting on a Third Ward project that was coming through the Southtown Board. The Southtown Board asked the city if it would consider financing the ornamental lighting as an opportunity to bring equity to its past of not providing or underfunding the Third Ward, and the city opted not to, or at least not at the level that was being requested. And I think it's things like that and projects like that we need to assess how we can't look at our policies as they are written and make that the only way that we respond to the needs that exist in the community, because that's, especially when the outcome has been inequitable, we have to look at how our policies are consistently bringing about inequitable outcomes. And so I'd like for us to start assessing that and perhaps even engage with a small group to try and determine the best way to spend dollars that are intending to bring equity in communities that have been underfunded.
So it sounds like a review of policies with the intent of designing them around the outcomes to be achieved.
I don't think so. I don't think it's that, because that'll take too long. I think what it is finding out what the needs are and then seeing what policies potentially are preventing us. And I just gave one example from truly bringing equity to where we have underfunded. So we need to either amend some of those policies, but to review all of them would take way too long to get to the outcome, especially if we're talking about within 6 months.
Okay, other commissioners? Commissioner O'Connor?
Yeah, I mean, I think I just want to see, obviously we know that investing in communities and neighborhoods that have historically been underinvested in or have not seen the economic development that other places in our community have had is, I think that's a goal that most of us probably share at this commission table. I just want to see decisions about future investments being made based on where the need is at, not based on arbitrary political lines. And so, there's certainly neighborhoods of focus in the First Ward, the Granville Avenue corridor, the South Division corridor, Burton Heights, where we have communities of color that have not had the economic development that I think they rightly deserve. But I just want to see the decisions made based on where the need can have the greatest impact and where people can and businesses and residents can see positive outcomes and deserve to have those investments.
Okay, Commissioner Asasi.
I think making sure that the topic that we're talking about does not sort of pin one ward against another. I think government wasn't necessarily designed to be equitable, and this is an example of it where it's not going to be the same for everyone, and being able to message that. So I'm the second ward commissioner, but I've also been connected with things that are going in South Division. I was at a meeting yesterday with Chief Payne. Thank you, Chief Payne, talking to Latino business owners who really want to make sure that the investment is happening in that corridor. And so, and I would tell you, we have residents in the second ward who say, we want to see equity across the entire city. So, I think we need to be mindful that when we're talking about equity, for some people, it feels like something's being taken away, and continue to fight against that if we are saying that was one of our values.
So that supports the strategic direction for that topic. Is there anything sort of immediate at a tactical level that could help with that over the next few months?
Well, I think it goes back to homelessness and housing. So particularly in South Division, where we've seen business owners just having an increase after, growing up here, again, this is going to be so much context, but growing up here, we used to see more homelessness in downtown core. That has gotten pushed into other neighborhoods, and I think we need to understand that in the historical context, and then that gets tied to our next topic, I think, of economic development and investment. So I would think about, some targeted efforts in that South Division corridor would be my tactical thing.
Okay, target the corridor. Okay. We have not, I don't know whether Commissioner Report has phoned in yet, but wanted to throw that out there in case he had a comment. All right, hearing none. Mayor, was there something you wanted to speak about with us?
I would just add, I share many of the comments that have already been made. Yeah, I think investing in our neighborhoods of focus, it's been a priority for me. It should continue to be a priority, especially as we think about the impact of this pandemic. It's the families that are already struggling that are going to struggle the most to come through this pandemic. Whether that's physically, emotionally, socially, economically. And so we really need to focus our efforts on individuals and areas of our city that historically have not been invested in.
Okay, thank you. Moving on, the next topic was public safety reform. Big topic, and we will talk crime prevention and violence reduction next after that. So the two have do overlap a little bit, but with a focus on public safety reform itself. Again, thinking in that immediate term of the remainder of the fiscal year, a narrow horizon for you. What are some things that you would like to see related to public safety reform? Okay, Commissioner O'Connor.
I guess, we recently went through and received the presentation of the strategic plans from both the police department and our oversight department. And at this point, I guess, as it relates to reform, these things take time. So just it's giving and supporting the strategic plans enough to give them an opportunity to get their feet under them, their legs under them, and see what some of the results are, and not just continuing to make change for the sake of making change, but letting the change that's been presented happen so that we can, determine what outcomes have happened and then, modifying as we go forward after that.
Yeah, thank you. Others?
Scott? Hey, I'll add, a priority for me is to get the Office of Oversight fully staffed and the resources they need to do the work that they have set out that's in their strategic plan. That to me is an urgent issue. And then also looking at potential legislative changes that need to happen in order for reform in certain areas to occur, particularly around accountability.
Okay, so those are both very, very good specific type of outcomes for things. Thank you, Commissioner Isasi.
Scott, I think I'm on now.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Well, let me just quick say one thing about neighborhoods of focus funding, and then I'll say a few things about public safety too. For neighborhoods of focus funding, like my colleague Commissioner O'Connor said, we've got some places in our ward that need some direct support. To me, this is a part of the global conversation around the budget, because I would like to see a substantive investment that we allow the community actually to determine which things that they want. So a participatory approach where we set aside money, we work with the community to determine the things that they believe are going to help them the most in the wake of COVID-19. And so that's why that's on my list of priorities. And then, I like the way that Commissioner Isasi framed the subject of public safety reform as more of like community wellness, because that's really what I'm after, is looking at what would it look like for everyone in our community to feel safe. And especially in the wake of COVID-19, where racial disparities are brought to light in a new way, how can we invest our money differently and reallocate and to shift things around? And that can happen in any number of ways. But from a public safety front, I know that violence prevention was separated as a category, but I'll speak to that now just in case I get kicked off again. Fully funding pure violence is super important to me as soon as possible, as well as, again, expanding that homeless outreach team with non-sworn people. And then I think that the plans that we have in place are really solid. I love the move to neighborhood policing. And so hopefully that can be up and fully running by next spring.
So it sounds like executing on what's already been planned is one of the things you'd like to see.
Yeah, but I think in terms of the strategic plan for the police department, does kind of say that they want to work towards civilianization and these other kinds of things. That's the broader conversation around reallocation of funding, is that one, it's going to take money to invest in the neighborhoods of focus. It's going to take money to invest in cure violence. It's going to take money to expand that homeless outreach team. So really diving into, I think that we really need to dive into the budget in the next 6 months, which we will, to talk about how we can fund those things in an appropriate way, as well as additional resources for OPA.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Isasi, please.
I would say the thing that we've been hearing the most, again, is the execution of what that neighborhood policing will look like, and neighbors asking for that. And then, yes, prepping our community, and this goes to community engagement that didn't make it, but making sure that we're communicating as we go through this budget cycle. We've heard people ask us this, so we need to have a plan for that.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Lanier?
Yep, I agree with those 2 points Commissioner Isasi just mentioned. So implementing the neighborhood policing model, the challenge that I'm experiencing with that is that I don't know yet how much that will cost. So it's hard to say for sure that that's what I want, because if it's tripling the budget of the police department, then I probably wouldn't want it. So I think understanding the full budget of the neighborhood policing model and the rest of the strategic plan of the department would be good to understand. And then there have been a number of recommendations that have come from consistently have come from community groups that I know came through the evaluation of the strategic plan, and it would be great to see the police department as they're looking at their strategic plan to implement some of those recommendations for public safety purposes.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Jones, please.
Yes, I think that I'd like to see us continue down the path of supporting the chief with his strategic plan. I think that in that, though, there's still, at least for me, the desire to reimagine policing and to go one step further in looking to possibly reframe public safety and really have public safety seen as something that doesn't necessarily just sit with law enforcement, but it also includes perhaps a more robust engagement or presence from neighborhood associations and community-based organizations, really working more as a collective and falling under the auspices of public safety. And that would, of course, mean perhaps looking at a different funding model for neighborhood associations. And so they play a critical role in the development of neighborhoods and community. And I dare say that they are at times as important as police when it comes to public safety in neighborhoods. And so what can we do to continue to build up neighborhood and community-based associations?
Okay, thank you. The next topic is a related one, crime prevention and violence reduction. Several of the things that had been mentioned already certainly could fall into this category as well. Without repeating those, just opening it up for commissioners if there were additional comments related to crime prevention or violence reduction that hadn't been spoken about yet. Mayor Bliss?
Yeah, so for me, my number one priority in this category is to fully fund and invest in cure violence. We've been talking about this around this table for a long time. I know we allocated $75,000 before we had a complete analysis that was done. But with the increase in gun violence and homicides we've seen, to me, this is a top priority.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Asasi, you're next.
I would say looking at the other investments that we've had, particularly around seeking safety and recognizing the need for wraparound services for those who have been victims or who have experienced violence, much like the victim advocate. Mm-hmm. And then I think, this summer we talked about Grow 1000 and employment. But when I think back to our SAFE task force, one of the key things was also just like that pro-social activities for youth, especially going into COVID. So what are some ways that we can connect with them? And I'd love to see how we could use more technology in the connection. I the chief earlier talked about like brochures and connecting, but I think when we're talking about kind of our younger population, I don't know that they're going to connect that way. So looking at ways to utilize technology for that support.
Okay, thank you. Other commissioners? Commissioner O'Connor?
Yeah, I think based on the conversation we had earlier about Operation Safe Neighborhood and then thinking about the strategic plan and the shift to this more neighborhood-based policing model, to me, this seems the efforts that have happened as part of Operation Safe Neighborhood seem like they are a shift into that more neighborhood pro-engagement, like more boots on the ground, more people like having the positive interactions, which may lead to better outcomes proactively rather than reactively. And so like having a continued investment in Operation Safe Neighborhood type activities as we make this transition, I think is important because we have to bridge the gap to make a transition. You can't just flip a switch in a model and it happens overnight. So I think we have to just have the wherewithal that, there may be some short-term costs to get to some, long-term changes in the way operations are handled.
But it sounds like continuing what has been, what you've already seen so far. Okay, good. Commissioner Lanier.
Yes, I'd like to look at the SAFE recommendations and do an update on the report and more coordinated efforts. I think this is piggybacking on what Commissioner Isasi was stating. Coordinating efforts with crime prevention efforts. So some of the organizations that we've already funded, and then I'd like to tie those with the funding that happens with crime prevention at the neighborhood level, so we can see exactly where the resources are going. And then I think we could have more accountability to the outcomes that we're hoping to see. And then what I would describe as having underground conversations with the targeted age group of the SAFE Task Force members. And that was something that we did through the SAFE Task Force as we were creating the report originally. And so if we don't update the report and go about those, pulling the data and all of those details, at least having some targeted and streamlined conversations with the targeted age group to talk with them about their needs and desires, because we frequently hear that there are some elements to what we are doing that is not meeting their needs.
Okay, and Commissioner Jones, I saw your hand up as well.
Yeah, thank you, sir. I too would like to see a full funding for cure violence. I will also make mention of the fact that there are requests that have been made that are being considered for funding currently by local funders to support cure violence that I feel very confident about, and that I think will put us in a position to implement the model here in Grand Rapids, recognizing it not as the silver bullet, but as an effective means to address the issue of community and gun violence. I also think that these next 6 months could probably be used as a time of intense planning and conversation with other organizations and entities, really about getting to the root cause of community violence. And I think that I will continue down the path of blowing the trumpet, understanding that there's a root cause to the increase in community violence. And a lot of it has to do with economics, housing, some of the basic things that quite often, if they aren't there, they lead to the types of outcomes that we have, and leads to a...
Before we move on to fiscal stability, Commissioner Rapport, was there something that you wanted to speak to on this? All right, hearing none, then we'll move on to the last topic, which is fiscal stability. Again, thinking about the next 6 months, part of that time is going to be spent preparing for the upcoming fiscal year. But in addition to what's already planned, if there were specific activities or outcomes, accomplishments that you'd like to see over that period of time.
And Mr. Patton, I know from earlier, I think we heard clearly that you'd like an evaluation of increasing the stabilization fund. So I know that that's one that's on our list to take back.
Yeah, and we also heard from Commissioner Jones, CARES Act, spend everything. No dime goes back to Washington. Others?
I brought up the furlough and just looking at staffing pieces.
Thank you.
Well, and
I'm not sure I understand that. Repeat that about the furlough, please.
My question from earlier, just understanding, looking at some of the employee surveys that we've done and what we may need to do in the future, and just looking at that as, I'm not suggesting that, and I know that is your decision, but looking at what are the levers that we might have to pull, talking about the economics and what might be the reality for our city in this next phase.
All right, Mayor Bliss.
Yeah, I'll just add, I mean, in addition to the funds that have been allocated in this past year for, I anticipate that after the election, there will be another conversation at the federal level. And I think we need to stay actively engaged in the conversations about a potential stimulus package with some really strong advocacy around direct support for cities and not having it be funneled through counties.
Okay, Commissioner Jones.
I want to suggest that we have continued support for our treasurer in his efforts to invest our dollars in a way that gets us the very best return. I know that as a former member of fiscal, it was always encouraging to get updates from him in terms of how we were doing with our finances. And I think now more than ever, again, with the volatility of the market, it's critically important that we do all that we can to be supportive of our city treasurer.
All right, thank you. Commissioner O'Connor.
Yeah, one of the things I've always been impressed about with Grand Rapids as a municipality is our ability to make smart investments in the short term that pay off in the long term. And, as we look, I didn't bring this up earlier, but it was on my list of questions, was are there things we can do related to, say, our OPEB liabilities, our pension, our retiree healthcare? Like if we made, having a surplus right now in general fund dollars, are there strategies we can do to spend some of the general fund surplus right now on those that would have, would help us increase our bond rating, would lower our future healthcare costs because we have less OPEB liability? Are there some investments that we can make in the short term right now that would pay off in the long term?
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Lanier.
There were a couple items that our guest speaker shared in her presentation that I thought were pretty good ones that we should at least investigate. And it was helping businesses to develop a business continuity plan. There was another one regarding raises and furloughs. So they were doing this combination of giving raises and then in exchange for unpaid time off with employees. And then donations of items in the convention center. I thought that was another one. So places where there are these open locations where nothing is happening in them because events have been halted. And how do we utilize those spaces to be able to help the community to do whatever it is that they're trying to do? In addition to that, I'd like to get, and I know Molly took this down as a note, but just so that Allison, as you're capturing things, you'll have this too, so that we have a full understanding of our tax intake, and especially for our non-residents. And I think even in Molly's slides, she also included where we were with fees and where we are with parking. And so it would be great to see some at a glance view of kind of where we typically would be and where we are now. And then how do we foresee getting beyond this moment, or where we see what do we see the trend being? So in the event that things will continue to be as slow as it's moving in the economy, that the projections of what the outcomes would be great to know.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Asasi?
Forgot something that I had on my list because of forgetting we were grouping the topics together. So I think one of the pieces that we heard was about some of the efficiencies and opportunities. I look at, okay, we heard some things about economic development and some of those business visits. I think we have a position in the development center that's also focused on helping business navigate. We have a retail and retention specialist role that we had worked with the Chamber of Commerce. I'd really like to get some clarity about what are the, not just the statistics about who we've been connecting with, but is what we've been doing since COVID also helping now? Do we need to do something different? So I'd like some understanding and clarity of how and any other things that we may be doing in that same vein to support businesses.
And can I add, Scott? I'm sorry, because I'm going to a different page to collect these notes. The other thing that I had mentioned earlier was surveying businesses to see what their decisions will be long term in terms of where their staff will be and the utilization of the buildings that they're in. But I also think that as we're surveying and trying to get an understanding of what businesses are doing, it would be great to even know if what we have provided them thus far is meeting their needs. So, these are nice things to have, and even the recommendations that came from our speaker may be great recommendations to implement, but if it isn't going to meet the need, then it probably shouldn't be something that we would implement.
Commissioner, when you were talking about the survey, was that in connection with income tax and location?
That's right.
Okay. All right,
so
thank you.
Doing a full assessment for businesses so that we can understand where we are, and those would be some components of the survey.
All right. Okay. Commissioner report going once. All right. Okay. Here he is. All right. Looks like he's dropped off then. So thank you to everybody. I tried to keep things moving along. I'm sure there'll be additional conversations that you'll have amongst yourselves as well as with the city staff, and look forward to seeing these accomplishments that you'll be having. Mr. Washington, turning it over to you.
I'll actually just step in for a quick minute and say, Mr. Patton, thank you. Appreciate you being here and leading the facilitation for the commissioners. Just a quick update on the agenda. The city manager may want to have some closing remarks on that exercise, but then we will have public comment period that will be coming on, and then we'll have some wrap up and closing marks after that. So I'll turn it over to city manager to see if he has any remarks he'd like to make before we roll into the city commission. Or sorry, the public comment, excuse me.
Yes, thank you. I want to thank Mr. Patton and the staff for their work. As I was listening to all of the expounding on those 5 priority areas, it's clear that there are certainly a lot of things that can be done within each area, and we'll have to go back and evaluate what we realistically can accomplish in the short term and what will require more time to either create more results or resources. But this is a good start, and this is very helpful. Not only is it helpful for what I heard, and I want to be very clear, it's also helpful for what we did not hear. So that provides the staff some direction, clear direction on what some of the policy priorities and concerns are. So with that, Mayor, I will turn it back over to you to hear the comments from the public.
All right, thank you, City Manager. And as we open up opportunity for public comment, I also want to let my colleagues know that I relate to both Commissioner Moody and Commissioner Reppert that if they have additional comments on any of those items, they can follow up directly with the City Manager or Ms. Sutter. So we'll open up opportunity for public comment. Again, if you want to provide public comment, you can call 311 or 456-3000, hit number 1 and then number 1. So Dan, I'm assuming it's Daniel, or see if there's anyone in the queue to be heard.
It's Doug. Right now, there's not anyone in the queue.
I'm sorry, Doug, what was that? And sorry.
Right now, there is not anyone in the queue.
Okay.
So
all right.
Let's give them a few minutes, Mayor, if that's okay.
Yes, City Manager. We'll keep it open for a couple of minutes. Doug, if you can let us know if anyone calls in, that would be great. And I'll just share a couple final thoughts too as we finish up today. One, I want to thank all of the city staff for pulling this together. This was a really meaningful and informative session. Commissioners, thank you all for your hard work and continued service. I know we all are well aware that we are still in the midst of a pandemic and we're not sure when we're going to get through it. But I'm really confident that we are all going to continue to work hard and work in partnership with the community as we weather this really difficult time together. Doug, has anyone called in?
Nope, the queue is still empty.
Okay. All right, I think I'm going to close that opportunity for public comment then, and we'll turn it back over for any final closing remarks from our city manager as we finish up our planning retreat. City Manager, any final comments?
Again, my appreciation to the commissioners for taking time today and the staff. And we look forward to continuing this discussion, and some of this may even be relevant in our November the 10th meeting, particularly when we talk about some of the technology issues that the police department.
Glad you got to see all that we do.
Okay, I think it's time to go, Mayor.
I guess so. I think I can hear some people talking. All right, so with that, we will adjourn. Everyone, I hope you have a
I forgot I want to thank Ms. Sutter and Ms. Claren for their leadership. They've done a lot of the heavy lifting in coordinating work, and I really, really appreciate their work specifically.
Yeah, thank you, City Manager. All right, Commissioners, I hope you have a really safe weekend. We have several big days ahead. For those of you who did not see this, our City Clerk will be expanding hours on Saturday for folks who need to come in, want to come in and cast a absentee ballot. So City Hall will be open from 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. on Saturday, and then we are geared up and ready for a seamless, safe, and secure election day on Tuesday. So with that, I hope you have a good rest of the day.